most of the group here. So, alright. So whoever wants to, you are welcome to...
Mm-hmm. Right into the mouth of our horse.
She took full offense to that.
Good.
When she got cured, she did have one. Yeah. Some... Something like that. Congratulations, Baxi. You get a point of inspiration. You cut out for that one. Alright. So, you have
Time
your
to
correct on
reveal to
all
you
those
the secret
aspects.
of the bacon plant.
Sick.
Crap.
It's a ham.
That entire
Sorry.
recap
Ham
wasn't...
plant, sorry.
My mic wasn't recording. Everything else was. That's okay.
It's alright. People can watch the recording for the previous session. So with that in
Now it'll
mind,
be a mystery. You were just silent for 2 minutes and then you get inspiration.
so where you are effectively, it's kind of hard to
With the
describe
horse?
it, but it's a realm filled with mirrors.
Oh, and Nessie came with me?
Yes, Nessie's inside with you.
Oh.
But also I saw someone was moving it back and forth. Don't do that. Oh,
Nessie, you're losing the signal. Bloop,
oh,
bloop.
done.
She's lagging between dimensions.
Ness, you're kind of like looking around in this environment. These various mirrors that are glittering, the floors like just covered in all these colors from these reflective surfaces. Nessie's just standing there looking very nonchalant about everything as per normal. And then the voice speaks again, the one you recognize this morning, kind of just echoing throughout the chamber, and you also notice distinctly that you don't have her in your hands. Alright. Well, as they say, the cat's out of the bag, Paxi. I'm gonna be upfront now. I haven't really been fully honest with you. And honestly, I don't even know where to start. But I guess the best way I can say this is, I've had more memories of mine than I initially told you. And some more capabilities as well that I've been intentionally withholding.
Okay.
Firstly, I'm going to say the reason why I have not been honest is mostly because of the fact I've been trying to protect you. the more you would know about me, the more I'm afraid the fact that it would be used against you. Especially now that we've come to realize these threats that we are dealing with. And I can tell you that this threat in particular is one that I do not fully know of yet. But if we were to gain more of my power, I would certainly remember it, and probably the method to deal with it, if possible.
And then you would turn me into a weird glass golem.
Perhaps. It's inconclusive, honestly. The more I'm thinking about it, the more it makes me unsure. Because me as what I am, as a whole, is very perplexing. I'm not like an ordinary elder creature. Old god, elder god, far realm resident, there are many terms. But the more I'm thinking about it, the more I realize that there's a lot of things that simply just don't add up. But the one thing I do know for certain is that my capabilities do allow me to protect you from what is going on. This entity that is currently infecting this entire realm, it follows a lot of traits that are associated with some of the ancient creatures of the Far Realm, even though this entity in particular is not Far Realm in nature. There are two terms that are often used to describe a particularly threatening, powerful entity from the Far Realm, specifically one of their methods and abilities to harm others. Paxi, are you familiar with the term cognito hazard and info hazard?
Information that's dangerous just by knowing it?
Yes. That is info hazard, where simply even thinking about something related to this entity or source that is dangerous is immediately harmful to the user. Incognito hazard is similar, except it requires perceiving it, either through touch, sound, smell, sight, or any other sense. There are many powerful gods in the far realm, where simply perceiving them is enough to make you go mad, to harm you in ways you cannot even comprehend. But only the most truly powerful, most ancient, ones that go beyond the far realm, that go to the furthest reaches of the planes, where even just thinking about their concept is enough to harm you. This entity has become an info hazard, where simply knowing about it is enough for it to become aware and take advantage of you. And you're already vulnerable, Paxi, just by knowing its existence. You don't know its name. You don't know what it looks like. You don't know its identity, but already it's been trying ever since then to gain control of you. And the only reason why it's failing is because of me. Where the
Wow.
moment you separate from me, Paxi, the moment I am not there to protect you, you are gone. You will be completely under its thrall and be utilized to whatever desire it wishes.
Is that why Saint keeps calling me the big bad evil guy?
And even though you're kind of aware of this threat, Paxi, you're not even comprehending how much danger you already are in. And there's a more concerning factor, and it's not just you, but how many have already been compromised by this thing. We don't even know. Because
They didn't.
Bloodsplitters knew about it. He mentioned serving it. But now I'm not sure what else is actually working for it, that are not aware of the fact that this thing is controlling them.
They didn't have their own personal moonlight mirror protecting them.
Correct. Or at least a form of barrier to protect their mind. But Paxi, what I believe at this point is that we may have to start taking a greater risk, which is gathering my power to make myself stronger. Because the more power I have, I can expand this influence and protect your other party members and not just yourself. And do you remember how many shards there are of me?
Lots.
That is a lie. There are only 3 shards of mine remaining.
feel like Tapaxi, that's
And I've been aware
Does
of
the
their
false
loca-
shard
ex-
count?
That, uniquely, the more I thought about it, seems to be that Beholder's method of conjuring a shard from a previously existing location.
So it was real then.
It was. However, I kept it hidden.
Great.
But, as I've said, there are 3 shards left, and I know where they are, or at least vaguely of their locations. One is within Witchdor, the capital city of Shador. It's been within our vicinity the entire time.
Wasn't the first one there too?
It is. However, I believe this particular shard may be stored by the royal family's treasury, wherever they keep their artifacts.
Great. They will definitely let us in there.
I think that they would definitely give it to us now that we have saved them again.
Probably fair.
The other shard is located in Bumesia, or the Bumi Theocracy as it's called nowadays.
Well, that sucks. I guess you'll never get that one.
And then there's a third shard.
Guess we gotta
And
kill
this
some
one
boomies.
contains 10 times the amount of power any other shard contains.
Hmm.
And that one was located within the Metopian Badlands. But the curious thing about it, though, was the fact that that shard was moving, as if it's already in possession of someone.
Neat. Would you...
I do not...
Anyway.
Honestly, the big thing I'm concerned about is losing my identity, or at least regaining my identity once enough power has accumulated.
About that, so if you gain all of these shards, is there another personality like warring with you right now?
I possess many memories already. Not all of them are conclusive or at least detailed, but I behaved differently back when I was with Rajolk. And from what I could see, I was controlling him completely. His actions were not his own. But everything's unclear though as to why I am. I'm not sure if it's simply me with my far realm nature subverting him and using him as a tool like any other, or if there's something else at play. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
But one thing I will say, this realm you are within is simply within me. A small pocket demiplane. However, I will not be able to conjure this as of right now anymore, unless I get more of those shards. Then it should be able to be more consistent, a form of protection that can shield you from others.
So have you been able to talk telepathically this whole time, or no?
Yes.
God damn it.
Like I said, I'm apologize for not being honest with you. But I believe containing myself and at least making myself seem to be a lot weaker than I was seemed like the right choice of action. But now, everything is falling apart, or at least being a lot greater than I initially thought. Especially now we have this entity. Speaking of, I'm thinking now it should be our greatest priority to find out what is under its influence at this point. Because look at Wealth Splitter. Once he got power, he immediately started trying to release the Harbingers, or at least one of them. And he was expanding his influence for control. Now it makes you wonder what else is under his influence.
So,
The entity.
Wealth Splitter was an entity created by Lishrot.
That is
Therefore, he
correct.
should have been following Lishrot's orders.
You would think that. And that would be the case too. However, it is an intelligent weapon, and seemed to be capable of its own independence.
So do you think that Wealth Splitter found the name of this creature, and once he had that, he was then in control of the creature? And his final act to try and tell me the name of it was to pass that. Why wouldn't he just run throughout a city and go, "Hey guys, there's a big scary monster up in space named blah, 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 blah."
That is also odd. But part of me is almost wondering that if it's intentionally hiding that information for some other method. Because you'd think that the more people who would know about it, that would be the case. That thing's influence would simply just take control. And then suddenly entire populations would be subverted by just spreading its name. There's a lot of things that are really curious.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but are the clown guys and Antigen working together or opposed?
It seems that those clowns are working for Antigen, but not through a way that is considered orthodox, or at least what's considered to be orthodox, with their very unusual methods of Antigen's followers.
You think they would help?
Perhaps. But it also begs a question on whether or not Antigen is something that is...
It's more along the lines of pitting one giant deity or one giant entity against another. You know, the enemy of my enemy sort of thing.
But would Antigen even consider working with us after all that's happened? It is something that enjoys wanton chaos. Or wanton. That shield's rubbing off on me.
Sure, so what would be the ultimate goal of this being at the edge of the far realms? Destruction?
I'm not sure. And that's the thing, Paxi. It is not on the edges of the far realms. It's here.
Cool. So whatever its goal is probably doesn't align with Antigen's goal. So we can use that to pit them against each other, or at least get, I don't know, a little bit of help.
It is very risky. You know this, right?
I am very stupid.
That much is clear.
And by stupid, I mean willing to do stupid things for the sake of great reward.
But
Look,
I will at least say this, so.
I slept with a demon woman, and that's how you came into my life, okay? So...
Correction, it's something from the far realm, which I've noticed at this point you have a lot of association with things from that place.
Yep. I
Where
stuck
most people
my
would be
dick in
lucky to even
crazy,
see one.
and now I have you in my life. That's what happens.
Regrettably. But at least things are working out better now. And we at least have a plan of action. But, like I said, gaining allies is a big thing, but we have to be careful of what's actually under this thing's influence. Because for all we know, we are simply allowing it to get closer to us. We have to be very selective with our allies, and people who could even be our friends right now could be already compromised and be actively working against us, even if they don't realize it.
What was the... DM, what was the creature species name again?
Oh, Beereth.
Oberith. Okay. Morning. Am I allowed to say its species to people without compromising them?
Until you've at least gotten one more shard. No.
Okay.
But if my power grows by finding at least one shard, I should be able to already start expanding my protection to those around you. And then you can share more information with each other willingly. But you
That's
have to be
cool.
limited on that information, though.
But
Because
I
there's
meant-
only a limit to my protection.
I meant specifically with Lachey, his posse and Anagen if I went to them
No.
and said, hey, there's an Obirith out there coming. Here, now. Don't do that?
Perhaps not with the servants of Anagen,
Okay.
but Anagen himself, maybe.
He might be strong enough to resist its influence.
He is a new up-and-coming demon prince, and demon princes are already incredibly powerful, and far more transcend than what Lachey and the others are. He could be strong enough, but it's still a risk. Because there's ultimately the possibility that he won't even listen simply because of the fact that, well, he might be petty. He might simply work against us just for the sake of doing it.
Sure, I have a dumb idea that I'm going to try.
Please don't get everyone killed, Paxi.
I won't. Probably just me.
I'll hold you to that. But now my power is already reaching its limits. So, I'm going to bring us out of here, and by this time, the explosion should have already happened from that magic circle, and Well Splitter is gone. So we should probably start making our way back to your companions, because they're probably going to start wondering what happened.
Real fast. I look at Nessie. Did you get all that?
She snorts.
Great. Can you tell Saint?
She just blinks and looks at you.
You don't know that she's sentient.
She's here.
So, that doesn't mean anything. She was Nessie was also just nearby. You didn't ask. You did not ask warning about why the horse is here.
There has been. Hold on.
It's just a horse, man. I don't know why you're acting this weird about it. This is a horse.
What would?
It's just a horse with a bunch of mushrooms.
Yeah.
What would like into insight? Okay, insight.
Nessie just stares at you. A horse is a horse, of course, of course.
Fucking dude. Okay. Good.
And with that, Paxi, your vision goes white, and you find yourself back.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck. Nobody came. Nobody wanted to be here for that.
So it's supposed to blow up, right? That's what the null magic does. It's supposed to explode.
Did you guys just hear an explosion and are now standing at the edge of a crater?
You guys are kind of
No,
just
we were like a
hearing
mile
loud
away.
boom, and a faint boom in the distance.
So how long do we wait here until we assume he blew himself up? Because I think we should entertain that as a possibility.
I'll start hoping now.
I brought the
That's a good
horse
point.
with me. You're not worried about the horse?
Nessie's invulnerable.
The horse could probably survive the explosion. Honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like nothing could hurt this horse.
Oh yeah, no, we should probably be worried about Nessie just in case. Let's go see if Nessie's okay.
Nessie's is already
That is fair.
basically walks over Paxi, puts her head between his legs, lifts him up, and then immediately just starts heading back.
I grew up
That's
with a
what
Great
it's-
Dane who would and could do that.
Very
Dane
good.
has a Great Dane.
When you're a
I was thinking the same
40-pound
thing.
kid with a 180-pound dog, the dog does what it wants. Okay?
This
So
is
yes,
true.
he would put his head under our legs, pick us up, take off across the lawn, and stop and launch us off of his back. He understood physics. Dogs are smart.
I'm going to assume, though, you as kids enjoyed this highly, and that's
Oh my
probably
god,
why
it
he
was,
kept
it
doing
was
it.
the best.
So, you arrive back, Paxi, and surprisingly, no one at all ever came to check on you. So the fact that he's probably trusted you with his job is pretty concerning.
No, we just assumed you were dead, and that the
Yeah,
Nessie
no,
was
we just
dead
assumed that
anyway.
he blew up and we're all celebrating.
Yeah, we
Slow
were
up.
just waiting for Nessie to come back because Nessie is fine.
Nessie comes
I'm-
back with a with his disheveled Paxi in tow due to how fast she ran.
I'm just
Look,
holding
you're
a bottle of
hydrated.
wine like in front of my helmet, even though I can't drink it, and I just like start like, oh, he made it.
Swobo, do you know of any humans who have been murdered in the last 24 hours? Whose bodies are within walking distance?
That is oddly specific.
It is.
It's not. Oh, it's oddly specific, while at the same time not specific enough.
That's
Someone's kind of
honestly, yes.
squints at you.
My recollection of the last 24 hours is a bit fuzzy. Have we killed any people in that portal in the last 24 hours?
We have not. No.
Someone just continues to squint at you, like, what the hell?
Are you? I don't like where this is
Taxi.
going.
Morning speaks up, this time to your mind, telepathically. Just straight up tell them you want to summon a demon before they get other ideas.
I want to summon a demon and talk to it, and I need a human who has been killed within the last 24 hours.
I
What
mean,
the fuck?
we have not killed any humans in the last 24 hours. Also,
I mean, it doesn't have to be us.
Also, I want to point out we still have a bunch of friends waiting inside of that portal that are going to be out in like 10 minutes. Who just?
They actually haven't left the portal yet.
I know they're going.
Interestingly enough.
We should go check on them. Actually, I'm gonna go check
Kill
on them.
them.
Don't kill anybody to summon a demon. Not. I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but I know I do.
So it have to be.
Hey, you're going to
That
step
was
through the
slow.
portal again to see what's going on?
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure they're not like being killed
Don't
by demons
kill
again.
anybody to summon a demon.
I shouldn't have to say this, but I know that I do.
So, Saint, you step through the portal because you're kind of like, what's going on? They should be out by now.
Yes. They could have missed Paxi blowing up. They did miss Paxi almost blowing up.
I mean,
Alright.
as he steps in, I was like, is it a bad idea to pass a message to Anagen through Grignaw? Is that a terrible idea?
Oh, this is bad actually.
So, what are you going to do? Going to step back through?
Okay. Can I like lean halfway through the portal and be like, guys, there's a small issue. Come through portal, please. And then I 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Someone
30.
just kind of shrugs and goes inside.
So everyone
Oh.
starts going through.
Astorius says, "By my oath, I shall defeat this trouble," and jumps inside.
Guys, there's small. Hello, everyone. Small problem. Lot of demons.
Wait,
Oh, I like the music in here.
This is StarCraft music.
Yes, anyways.
wait.
So
a
you
minute.
can see there's a lot of these fiendish entities that have
Huh.
the party surrounded.
Where? Hold on, wait. Do I need to zoom out?
Yeah, you do.
It's a big map. There's a lot of corpses on it.
Oh, I found him.
There seem to be more.
I'm waiting for
Wait.
Paxi to be like, I wonder how many of these people died in the last 24 hours. Picks
Wait,
up some blood, tries
wait.
to cast a spell. Picks up some blood, tries to cast a spell.
Wait, you said these are fiends?
Yep.
Yeah. And it seems like they're currently conversing with the party. It looks like from the distance, Kelvin and Foslan are in the
Oh.
front, ready to protect. But even though all these entities look like they're snarling and ready to tear into them, the one in the middle here seems to be actually these two entities in the middle here seem to be completely calm. Kind of knows like a very big dude with a very tiny arm and a massive arm, and he knows like a humanoid fox creature right beside him, who seems to be doing most of the talking.
Demons.
Fiends are not.
And then you guys
No,
go
they're
to
not
the portal,
humanoid, Paxi. Well, that's
No,
why
no,
they're
no.
fiends, not humanoids.
These
and
are
that's
not.
what you
These are
guys
not
step through.
denizens of the. What realm is fucking Anagen from?
Fiends is a generic term for all creatures from the lower planes. Lawful evil fiends are devils. Chaotic evil fiends are demons. Neutral evil fiends are Yugoloths, and no one talks about them even though there's one right there.
And at
Ignore
this
him.
point, this guy in the middle is going to turn back to the rest. You keep calling us Hugoloths. Daemons is another term you mortals refer to us as.
I'm
And
aware
one
of that.
them It's
But
about
they
time
think-
you all arrived here. We were curious on how long it would take before you noticed your companions being held.
We had to blow up
Companions
something.
is a very strong word for what's happening
Companions-
between us.
I see. The reason you're being really defensive about the fact that the princess is your girlfriend. Like it just, like these are
What?
clearly your allies. Like you don't have to be weird about it. You're being weird about it. Anyway, what's going on here?
I think these demons will let me side with them.
They're not demons. Some of them are. Oh, you are
I
approaching.
forgot Priscilla was among them. Yes.
No, Priscilla's not among them. No, but
Best
I'm just
behavior.
saying, like the fact that you're being really defensive. The implication that some part of this group is your friend. It's just very strange.
No.
Anyway.
I meant the rest of the Black Token Society maybe not being our friends.
Oh, hey, look. What these
The-
fucking xenomorph-looking motherfuckers? This is gonna be fun.
Xenomorphs. That was from
Ruin-
that one gnome play.
Nomelian.
Gnomely.
Oh,
Ruin kind of turns his head and growls at that one as it gets closer.
Gnomelian versus
these
Gnomer.
are the big things that kind of close in slightly
No,
towards you
Predagnome.
guys, campaign one. So when you guys kind of get closer, you notice these things immediately step forward in response.
Okay.
And then this little fox creature guy who's kind of looking at you guys through a pair of spectacles. Ah, hold on now. We're not here to fight. It may seem like a little threatening at the moment, but we were under the impression that this place was empty. After all, we were merely fulfilling our deal of this bargain that was made.
Uh-oh.
We help them, and he kind of gestures back to the queen, gain a connection with the hidden tyrant and his devil forces. And in exchange, we collect whatever's left over of this bloodshed. Corpses, blood, money and items, anything at all. It was a simple deal, one that we intend to gain our part of the bargain. The only reason why they're currently surrounded is because we didn't expect them to still be here, and how violently they reacted to our presence.
Well,
But we-
they were just under mind control from your allies. So
Yeah, so it doesn't even matter if they're going to still react violently. Regardless, we have no qualms with them, and we have no qualms with you, Thorn of Anachin.
That's an
Who's
Who's he
interesting.
calling Thorn of Anagen?
It's not what you are, a thorn in that up-and-coming demon prince's side.
a little bit.
You've been thwarting his plans several times now, cutting off his influence within the mortal plane. You've gotten his hatred, to say the least. Even we can feel it from Gehenna.
I feel like
Hmm.
so. Let me. Okay, so all you want here is to loot this battlefield. You had some deal with Wealth Splitter and his devil allies.
No, we had a deal with Wealth Splitter and by extension, the Queen.
Uh,
We give them established contact and help mediate the conversation so they can strike a deal with the devils. And in exchange, we get what's left over of the aftermath. Simple as.
How do we trust that you were not here specifically at the behest of the late Wealth Splitter and his other associates?
We have no ties with that sword. He already struck the deal. We got what we wanted out of it. At this point, we are here to collect.
I would like to roll insight to see if he's lying.
Roll insight if you want.
When I can, where is it? It's not in the same place as Baldur's Gate. There it is.
No, that is a video game. This is real life.
22. There's a lot of things that this guy seems to be hiding. You can kind of tell that. But In terms of saying that he's just here to collect what's struck from the deal, that part is honest. But this little shifty fiend is definitely has some other things in mind, but he's not being very upfront about it.
I'm gonna take a step forward. Well, my wolf is gonna take a step forward and be like,
Approach no further, mortal.
This big
that
guy
may
runs
be
it
your
out.
primary goal, but I am very aware that you definitely have some other things that you would like to obtain from your actions here. Speak now or know my wrath.
So,
I would like to
what
roll
is-
intimidation.
What is the squad doing?
Astorius, please.
Astorius? No.
Astorius.
We'll just kind of
Time and
stand
a
around
place.
board.
Time and a place, sir. Astorius.
Immediately,
We're
all
hoping to
these
see
guys are
Astor-
moving forward.
I take a step back. I take a big step back.
Oh boy.
This guy here kind of just like looks at your stories. You can roll intimidation if you want, but seeing that they're numbers, they are not intimidated in the least, probably regardless of what you roll.
Okay.
Please hit a natural 20. Nope.
That's close.
29.
That's really good though.
So with that 29, all the little guys are backing off immediately.
It's like one off from a natural 20.
And these guys kind of like take a step back as well. But you notice that these two in particular look completely unafraid of you.
Can I, I'm trying to look at what stats I'm good at. Can I roll athletics to know things about demons? Excuse me.
He's kind
I,
of just like. Alright,
can
what
I,
do you
like-
want me to do?
I want to know if I know anything about the, like, knows a little bit about the lore. I don't know a lot about Yugolos, per se, but I know something about the lower planes. Is there anything that Saint would know about the Yugolos or this kind in particular?
You can roll what you think is fitting: history, arcana, religion.
History. I would say history.
All right, roll history.
I don't. I think I didn't roll to dimension to the thing. Let me reload my things and go again. Okay. Technical difficulties. Don't worry about it. Click on history. See if this works. Yes, it worked. No, I don't.
Your knowledge on them is not really that expansive. Like during your whole existence, in your time becoming what you are, fiends are kind of like the last thing that's really been talked about within your homeland.
That's fair.
And the only ones that are ever really talked about is devils, because you know how they create contracts that are usually very one-sided.
That's fair.
So, and demons have some reputation for just being violent killing machines that only care about killing shit. And daemons or Eugolots are rather like outliers. You don't really know much about them at all.
So, you made this deal with Wellsplitter.
That is
What-
correct.
So, but you
Wait.
have no allegiance to him or the masters that he served.
Oh, why would we? He's just a sword. We got what we wanted out of it. That's all there is.
What?
So,
And you should also tell your paladin dog to heal for a moment. Otherwise, he's going to
Wait,
regret
I have
it
questions.
afterwards.
I have questions.
I will have you know that we defeated an army of other fiends, devils
Wait,
specifically,
can-
that were serving Wellsplitter. I believe you and us are at least on equal footing here.
Can you guys please not piss off other people with
We're
armies?
not pissing them. We're not pissing them off. It is we are having a banter here. We are. It's see, half of war is diplomacy. You see, this is the diplomacy part.
Hey,
Okay.
be a little more aggressive. Make him angry.
No.
I'm just glaring at him unmovingly, which of course you cannot see my facial expression behind my helmet.
Okay, look, I see you. Look. Okay. Well,
I
Splitter.
turn abruptly at the one that moved on the left and just stare at it.
Okay, look. Well, Splitter exploded. There's a crater out there. Not you probably don't care about him. Honestly, what was the deal again?
To obtain what's left over on this battlefield, the bodies, the blood, the flesh, the weapons, the gold, anything valuable that can be utilized by us.
Suddenly, I don't like this idea.
Right. I mean, far be it from me to say you can't, because I didn't make a deal. So that was your end, and then you helped Wellsplitter do what?
Establish a connection with the devils so that he may make a deal with them, a contract. So he made a contract with us to help them make another contract.
So we have the contract swords and the contract fiends, making a contract to get more contract fiends. It's all middle management stuff. It's the whole thing.
What was... Hold on.
So...
wait.
Oh, hey, look at all these friends.
Why?
These are all the creatures you see.
Wait a minute. So Wellsplitter came
Yes.
here
Yes.
with an army of humans
Yes.
and fought against what?
The
The
devils
creations of the
and
life
the
smith.
Lifesmith. Yeah.
Of the life smith.
Like when we went into the Tears of the Frozen domain, there were security systems there. They fought that. And also, the devils were here because the big bad evil guy is a fiend. And so, there's a lot of murder going on.
Was not...
If I remember right, when I cast Speak when I cast Speak with Dead on the enemy.
Oh no.
What happened?
Were you playing as for that? Because I don't have Speak of
Simon.
Dead.
No,
No,
I
he is a
got out of the book. I used necromancy.
Wait,
Gotcha.
they were fighting against the Tears of the...
Like-
But why? I thought they were trying to release the
But yeah, they were trying to.
Harbingers.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but they had
they're-
to get to the Harbinger in order to release
Yes.
it.
The
Yes.
machines that were protecting it were just like you couldn't go up to them and be like, "We want to let it out," and the protectors would have the protectors are there to stop you, not from letting it out, I suppose, but stop you from letting it out in a way the Lifesmith didn't want you to. But like
They stop
if
you
I
from
remember right,
accessing it, whether to let it out or reseal it or whatever.
Yes. Speak
So-
with Dead, I cast it on the man, on one of these soldiers, and they said that most of them were killed by the golems, and then the devils finished them off. I don't remember if they fought alongside the devils, or the devils were here just to clean up, like...
I can explain that for you. The
Okay,
contract was
thank
simple.
you.
The devils were summoned to assist them in subjugating the golems here. And in exchange, they gain the souls of all of the soldiers here, and they can kill the rest of the survivors. And we simply get what's left over. Yes, your mind-controlled queen sold the souls of our entire army.
I choose to blame Wellsplitter on that one, and we will get to that. We will cross that bridge when we get to it. But Wellsplitter is dead, and the devils who served with him are back wherever they go when they die. They go back to hell, I think, literal hell. Wait, no, is it hell or the abyss? I think it's hell. It's hell. They go to hell, and so who is your deal really with anymore? All the other parties are gone and cannot interact with this dimension anymore.
And they may be gone, but our deal is still upheld. We are here to collect what we are owed, which is everything here. Everything living does not apply. They are exempt from that deal. And we are simply here without a fight. So because of the fact that, well, we have our reasons. And we have no qualms with you.
And he kind of looks at Astorius.
And you. I know your displeasure towards us. Understand the feeling is also mutual. But we are being civilized right now. So why don't you be civilized in turn?
I will put my shoulder up on my hand on Astorius and reach out. It's okay. It's all right.
I continue to glare at him because obviously devil don't like devil's paladin. I say, fine, as long as you allow all of our companions on your other side to pass through your midst.
I interrupt him
unharmed,
immediately and I say, please don't fucking make any
immediately.
devil's deals. Please
They're
don't.
not devils.
Don't.
This is
Don't.
I was just like, whatever, this is fine to me. Can we just get out of here
I
already?
say, I may allow you to continue the unholy rituals you have going on along here.
At this point, the big guy goes, "Is that a threat?
Just
it
You're
is again.
quite
fucking
Just
free.
don't.
Awesome.
It is simply a statement. What is the posse doing? Like, are they just watching us have this conversation?
they're all just watching right now. They're all kind of like, the lesser ones are kind of looking at Astorius with a little bit of fear, but him, the small guy here,
our
and these two
squad,
big guys here kind of
Black
look
Token
intimidated.
Posse.
Yeah, our posse, the Black Token
Oh,
Society.
your posses. They are currently not quite surrounded anymore, but they're still very tense. Fazlan and Calvin look like they're about to attack at any moment.
Well,
Storius,
this
this is
if
not
you want,
the time and the place to throw your life away for your goals. This
look.
won't do that.
I believe
It's always time for that.
You can't die.
Exactly, so we win. That's
Not
how
for
this
long.
works.
I mean,
I'd say
technically
out of
it-
character.
I mean, all right. How about your?
Paxi, I know you. You're a little bit
course you
famous
do.
now.
I appreciate it, but how did? Look,
Did you guys go to high school together? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
I'm just gonna like nonchalantly like step forward and just kind of like glance at big, scary, and ugly, and just like nah. Like, okay,
Then these guys kind of look like they're about to attack you at any moment. But
Yeah,
the only
sure.
reason they're not is because this guy is not intimidated.
and I just
Demons
look
and
at him. I'm
devils are
like,
powerful.
look, I understand that I might have given Anagen the finger once or twice, and I'm being hunted by creatures from the far realms, and I might
Right.
be possessing the fragment of an elder god and use it to stab people on the regular. What do you know that I don't?
Quite a
Quickly,
lot, actually.
Give me
dear
30 seconds,
Paxi.
I'll take pizza from Muffin.
Fair. But, of course, you say a lot of things, Paxi, but what adventure is it at this point? All of you seem to be getting into all sorts of business. But regardless, honestly, we don't really care about all of these things you just listed. What we care about is business. And we are here to conduct business on our end. And I'll be a little bit honest. Business for us has been very slow lately. Ever since those two up-and-coming head honchos, as you might call them, start taking over. Suddenly we're not being hired as frequently anymore. So now we're taking any matter we can to make up for the loss of revenue.
Well, look, I need to get a message to Anagen.
Good luck.
So
That's not very
so
nice.
you and your associates can't?
I don't think you understand, Paxi.
Hmm.
But we Yugolots, or Daemons, rarely have any sort of affiliation with demons because they're honestly so unreasonable.
Right, it's
Most
not
cases-
the affiliation. It's the
You don't get it, do you?
credibility.
He doesn't.
It's
get
not
it. He doesn't get it.
affiliation. Demons kill anything that are not their own. And the ones that have some sense to them often still don't care.
So the only way to
We-
get through to a demon is to send a message through a demon.
Correct. But I'm going to be honest with you. Being that is a bit of a honor, considering what I am and who I am. Anagen hates you to the core. He has now put an order, not now, but it's been now for a while, to kill all of you on sight. The moment any demons that are under his influence see you, they're going to try and kill you. You are his enemy, number one. Well, number two. The hidden tyrant is Anakin's number one enemy. Number three is that Shen individual.
Jen is only number 3.
I'm going
Curious.
to
Paxi is
telepathically
worse than a god.
because
Wait a minute,
now I can
Paxi
do
was
this.
number 2? I only really got
Yeah.
that. Wow, you're a fucking asshole.
Wait, is it
I'm
Your
going to
apologies.
Paxi
telepathically
number 2 or is the
to
whole group number 2?
Okay,
Because
the
I'm
whole group
offended
is
if someone thinks Paxi's a bigger
The
threat.
whole group of yours.
All right. I
Oh,
guess
okay,
that
that makes more sense.
What? Can
So-
I?
Paxi, give up that whole notion of trying to make a deal with them. Because take it from me, I'm a daemon. I offer my services between the two to try and, help them with their eternal war against each other. If I say that it's not even worth bothering to try and contact them, you should take it from me.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
And why don't we try something else? Like I said, business is slow. And honestly, that little summon demon spell you possess is now going to start collecting dust, now that pretty much every demon at this point is going to be out to get you. And Anachin is going to use that opportunity for every demon you summon to try and get to you personally. It's happened before, I'm assuming.
Little
So
bit.
why don't you try and make a deal with us?
What's good for us?
I'm gonna assume that you have a contract already written up.
Why not?
Once we collect what belongs to us, it'll be already finished. It's a short-lasting contract.
Once you've
Uh,
done your cleanup here, send someone to me with the contract. I'll look it over, and if I like it, I'll sign it.
Or we can make it now.
Absolutely
while we're all
not.
here.
Well, let's hear what they have to say.
Why do you want to do this?
No,
Why do you want to do this in private, Paxi?
No, I look at Saint and I look at Simon. I go, demons, daemons, all of that bubble. Want you to sign on the spot so you miss the fine text. So
Got time? Do you guys got time?
you have them send the contract to you. You find the fine text. You say no, and then usually they just disregard the contract entirely at that point.
We
So-
are not devils, says the big guy as he takes a
I-
step
I-
forward, looking
Is
at
this Paxi talking? That sounded way too reasonable.
I agree. Paxi, let me ask you a better. Let me present something to you.
I am
before we
part
start
of this race.
this. No, you are
You
are
are
the
part like us.
descendant of a devil, which is sort of like Yugoloths are like over here. Like it's there's like this is the Venn diagram. This is the overlap.
Look.
And then you aren't here. You're up here.
I
So,
point.
like-
I point at the big red guy with the bat wings coming out of his ears. Look, the blood is the same. The mentality is different. We're descendants. I understand how this freaking works.
Lump us in that group, Tiefling. You may possess devil blood, but we are better than that. We care little about souls.
Agree to
Money is
disagree.
all that matters.
That's fair. Look,
Look, I look at the fox dude. Like, send me the contract. I'm not agreeing to anything right here.
You do realize that once you leave this place, we'll have no way to contact you. The only reason why we are here is because of the previous contract. So when you
Then
leave,
hand
we will
me
cut
the
contact.
contract.
We don't have a contract.
they don't do. I feel like these guys
It's a
don't.
deal.
This is an out of character thing.
Do you want
far
us
as
to at least list the terms?
Go for it.
first?
I do.
We will allow you to summon us in place of a demon with your summon demon spell. In exchange, instead of blood, it requires gold.
How much gold?
That depends on which one of us you wish to summon.
Interdimensional mercenaries. There is a value to having those around, Paxi.
Okay.
I like my gold.
Okay. Point.
What do you want in exchange? Is what he's trying to say.
I look at Simon and I go, how much are you willing to give up? Because I'm poor.
You think I participate? Steel, I'd rather give bodies.
Okay.
Soul just looks at you and goes, "Dude, this is coming out of your pocket.
Yeah.
I mean,
The rest of us
I-
aren't paying for this."
I look back at the fox guy and I'm like,
we can
if
get
you
more
want
gold.
gold, you've picked the absolute wrong person.
But at the same time, it seems like you desperately need some sort of assistance. And if you don't need us to simply fight for you, we are well versed in other fiendish situations. And it seems like you're kind of in a hurting place for allies.
Look, I'm not looking
There's
for
no
fiendish
better ally,
prostitution.
or at least an associate, than a daemon.
I
We
speak
are
up. I
used to
say, why would
being-
we ever need assistance from the likes of you?
No.
It's the same reason you are currently in pain, my friend. You're dealing with a lot of things at the moment,
Okay.
and even our ears can hear it.
I'm gonna
dealing with
point
this full
at
on.
some people here, and I want you to just give me a price. And I point to Big, Green, and Ugly up here. Actually, no, I point to Bug Dude.
Does Paxi audibly refer to him as Big, Green, and Ugly?
No. No. I point to Glowing Eye Bugman.
Glowing eye bug man.
300 gold.
I point to Big, Green, and Ugly.
500 gold.
I point to Weird Lick. I know what you are. I point to this guy sneaking around.
300 gold.
Yeah, Paxi can't afford this.
No, I figured that. I point to lots of teeth.
Ask for himself.
Teeth
See how
McGee.
much-
500 gold.
Are you guys sure you just don't want the corpses? We'll give you the corpses.
I
mean, look.
point to Muscles McAllister.
1,000 gold.
Ask about
Quick
him. See
point
if
of
he's
order.
the weakest or the
Oh
strongest
yeah,
one here.
no, we're definitely pointing to him.
1,000 gold.
Okay, so he considers him on the scale of power. He is as strong as a giant muscle man.
No, okay.
Or at
What-
least as useful.
And that is only
did
the
say they do
species
other
you
things
see
in fight.
before you.
No.
There are other daemons you also know of. Don't know of.
Or-
You
This
also
isn't
have
even mercenaries at
service.
this point. This is a prostitute.
Hold on.
We're not doing
What is
that.
the
We are not
difference?
doing that.
Yeah,
Paxi
Barney.
probably would.
What is the difference between you and Muscles
definitely would.
McAllister over here? What do you do that he doesn't?
They kind of just like look at each other.
Depends on what you're looking for, Tiefling. We are well versed in contracts and business, but also are very specialized in magecraft.
And more specifically specialize in magic. While he also is well versed in spells, he also possesses other traits. But you're not hiring us just for fighting capabilities. You would be hiring us for insight to help mediate business. That is what we often work of. It's very rare for us to be out in the field, but because we need to send a rather large number here to collect, we're here to supervise. But if you need us to help fight with you, we can offer that service, but honestly, it'd be a waste of your coin.
Yeah, it's Pax's coin. But also, can we just give you corpses and bodies? Like, what would that translate to? Just kind of get an idea.
Corpses and bodies are only something we have plenty now that we have everything here. Coin, on the other hand, is something that we're all the more eager to collect. After all, devils would pay us quite handsomely, but because they're not taking our business anymore, we're willing to go sell our services to those who are not affiliated with the fiends. Consider this a bit of an honor. It's not often that we actively go out of our way to actually offer.
I mean,
Can you just appear when we call on you, and as long as we have the money,
As you cast the spell, and it will seek out one of us instead of a demon. It's the exact spell of your summoned demon, or greater demon,
okay.
but
So
2 costs.
still
You'll
takes a
you'll
spell
use your spell
slot
slots,
and
and
takes
it will
money.
consume gold as a component. You know that as a spellcaster.
Yeah.
And once that spell is here, summoned, we will come to assist you. But keep in mind, we are not demons. We are not mindless monstrosities. We have standards. And if you try to take advantage of us, we do have the option of simply leaving. But we want to have a good business partnership, so we also understand that simply leaving would sour it and also harm further business in the future. So we want everyone to be content here. We get money, you get assistance, iron hired muscle, or an intelligent mind to provide insight on a different perspective. Either way, it's not a lose-lose scenario, and we both get something out of it.
I look at Astorius, and I'm assuming you're completely against this.
100%.
I
Of
look
course
at
she's against this.
I look at Simon, and I
Don't look at
go,
me, bud.
and what?
Don't look at me, bud. This is your money, your deal.
Yeah.
How about this? Why don't we sweeten the offer? When you try to summon me, an Arcanoloth, or him, a Yagnoloth, as he gestures to this guy, or even an Ultraloth, a greater Yugoloth, it would be once free of charge as a sign of goodwill. No string attached. No additional prices. But there will be a loophole. We have the choice to leave whenever we desire and cancel the spell. Much that it would only be used if we believe that we need to save our own hide or we're being taken advantage of. Is that a proper deal?
So this is your real. You're not. You're not possessing an avatar or anything. This is you, right now.
Yes, of course. But when we die, we do return back to Gehenna. We are technically an extension. But, yes,
So,
we're not
that's how-
possessing anyone.
That's how it all works, Paxi. Things from other planes, when they die, they go back to their plane, and then they.
What would be the
it's
point of
abandoned
leaving?
other
Okay.
planes.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
because if their physical body is destroyed in our world, it wounds them, and it takes them a long time to get to put themselves back together.
Yeah, fair point. Okay.
So
I walk up
here's-
to Saint. I walk up to Saint. Hey, Saint, do me a
Yes?
favor.
Okay.
And I hold up Morning in spirit form. Can I talk to you for a second? Brain to brain?
I use my own natural telepathy to be like, yes, like,
Okay.
Have that too, you fucker.
How have you ever you've dealt with mercenaries in the past?
I have some understanding of mercenaries, yes, but these people seem more like lawyers or something. Like
It's like a hybrid, like 50 mercenary, 50 lawyer. But they're
if you want my opinion, I think you should go for it. We need all the allies we can get, and having their knowledge of the lower planes, especially if what we're dealing with, like the dragon said, is something from the lower planes. We could use all the help we can get. They clearly don't serve Anojin or whatever the main antagonist is. Worst case scenario, they are something that can help us in the fight. They could help us read ancient knowledge. They could help us in a business deal. I think we should take advantage of this. Also, I think if we piss them off, they'll just start attacking us, which we can probably win, but I don't want any of those 5 to die. They don't have plot armor.
really fast. Then I'm gonna go switch channels to the morning channel.
Can I hack into their communications? Is that a thing I can do?
I offered
Unfortunately,
morning
no.
to you so you could hear me.
That's fair. I don't know how this stuff works. I know how this works. I just don't care.
So Anagen wants nothing to do with me and probably wants to like spread my guts over the entire plane of existence.
Yes, Yes, he wants to torture you. You know the whole like hate speech. It's that.
So it doesn't matter if I did bring a greater threat to Anagen. He probably wouldn't act on it if I was the one to bring that knowledge to him. So I'm probably gonna abandon that idea. What do you think? Morning?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not supposed to pretend that I can't do this anymore. Yes. Honestly, being associated with fiends is already a very bad thing, but from what my knowledge is on daemons, they are actually a lot more civilized. Or at least they're ultimately very one-track minded. They can desire business. They want to expand their wealth either in coin or goods. And from what I remember back during my time with Rajok, even though that memories are not very limited, daemons were actually employed quite often during the Mage Wars, funny enough.
That's so weird.
They are different, but keep in mind that daemons are inherently evil, as they are fiends. But it's more of the fact that they're selfish and are wanting to benefit or profit off this. So they are definitely seeing something very valuable coming from us. And the fact that they're coming to us about it means that they are actually desperate for business. So if we can employ them, we can probably get more out of this than they think.
Okay. Okay. Sir, I addressed the fox dude. He called himself a
Arcanoloth.
Arcanoloth.
I won't ask for your... What do you go by?
We are not demons. So due to the nature of the spell, you won't be ordering us directly in our full control. It would be a deal. A business deal. So if you cast a spell, you would not be able to control us completely.
No,
but
and
we will be working with you.
Not asking for your true name. I'm asking what you go by so I may address you properly.
So, for the sake of business,
Mm-hmm.
I am going by the name of Thrallmanin.
As Dylan hastily opens
You
up
tell,
the random
like,
name
I don't
generator.
have my Word document up.
Thrallmanin, D&D.
That's
Take
Dylan
that
coming up
name
with a
as you
for
will.
NPC.
Understood. And I point to big muscle dude. Yeah, sure. And you?
He kind of like looks down at you. Kind of just like snorts.
You might be on the payroll soon.
Azros, that will be enough.
Paxy's learning how to speak their language. Good job.
He is responding in Infernal though when he says that. Intentionally speaking the devil tongue for Paxi.
I speak Infernal!
He's been speaking Common this entire time. But he's also seems to, when he spoke Infernal, seeing your eyes, kind of like seeing you react. He also responds back in Common.
I'm also versed in Abyssal. It is useless to not know the languages of potential business partners, even if one of them is often trying to kill you before you can establish business.
That's fair.
Paxi should know this. Is there natural language Infernal?
Paxi themselves, or
Yeah, Paxi.
like I feel like that the actual lore of D&D is somewhat ambiguous on this. Like, being like, at least as per the rules,
Due to
tieflings
our nature,
inherently know. Are you asking about tieflings or the Yugoloths?
Yugalos.
I think they
due
have their
to
own
our
language.
nature, We speak both abyssal and infernal.
Ah. They don't have
We
their own
are
language.
also
Before they
capable
did.
of telepathy as well, if you need us to converse without others hearing. We speak in the open as a sign of goodwill and respect. After all, it is rather
They're evil, but they're
against our
not
motivation
rude.
to have others not hear of this deal.
He kind of turns to Astorius.
Even though you despise us, we are allowing you to hear this conversation as a sign of goodwill.
So, okay. So you two, and I'm assuming there's probably higher tiers of mercenaries that will join us on the field of battle. What of information? What is that price if we have questions?
The 1,000 gold is the price, and the spell itself as well has its own limits and constraints. When you summon us, we are there to assist you in any means that we can, as long as you don't exploit us and take advantage of us. The summon greater demon spell. How long does that last normally?
Let me, the Arcanoloth, look it up on D&D Beyond. Yes. So, to explain, Paxi, you're casting the spell Greater Demons, like as it is in the book. It's just the material
1
cost
hour.
on the target changes. Okay.
So for 1 hour, you have our service. And once that hour is up, we return back from whence we came. But during that hour, we will assist you either in combat, through negotiations. If you have questions, you can simply spend 1,000 gold to simply ask us, but that's also a little bit of a waste of money. But we are essentially, when you cast a spell, you are hiring us
For the hour.
for the hour. In fact, why don't we simplify things to a more simplistic rate? 300 gold for a lesser Yugoloth, and 1,000 for a greater. You would either have me, you would either have him, or you can have one of my Ultraloth associates.
Hey, Astorius, can you look... Astorius, what's that over there? And I point behind him.
You know, fun fact, in older editions of
Wait,
D&D,
I can do this! Hold on! I can do
cast
this!
Darkness.
With
You
that, he kind of extends a
Shit!
hand towards you, Paxi.
Astorius!
Do we have a deal?
Astorius, roll... What is deception versus what?
Insight.
Insight. Astorius, roll insight.
I don't think Astorius is going to actually kill you. He might, but I don't think I think he'll just be really disappointed in you.
This is whether Astorius sees me shaking hands with a Yugoloth or not.
I think he's looking directly at you and the Yugoloth.
Do it with advantage.
I think
You're all...
clearly
I don't
Dane.
think he's not gonna look
Yeah,
at you.
okay.
I mean, he's not gonna look away.
Yeah.
So,
You fucking expected this. I shake his hand.
you shake your
Fucking
hand.
lightning and energy as you're fucking possessed by evil power.
You kind of, when he shakes your hand, you kind of notice nothing different. Normally, if you make a deal with a devil or something, you can probably feel some sort of pressure, but you don't really feel anything.
The deal has been made. With that, we will commence our business. We'll leave everyone alone here, like we were initially planning, and I hope to look forward to further business with you. Like I said, as part of the deal, the first time you summon a greater Yugoloth, it'll be free of charge. After that, we'll be charging 1,000 gold per greater Yugoloth, and for lesser Yugoloths, 300 gold. Restating the terms, making sure you're aware.
So this is...
I remember
to
it.
the DM,
Acast
this is a
remembers, which is
spell
what actually
slot
matters.
and 1,000 gold.
Yes, like you are just casting the spell, but the material components are gold instead of a blood from a dead guy.
I'll
Fine.
update the spell appropriately once it's time.
I
So,
got it.
This
This
is a fourth wall question to you, DM. Paxi, cover your ears. Can he still summon demons, or has the spell been irrevocably changed?
If he checks, the spell has changed.
Okay.
Oh,
We didn't need-
It's now summon greater or lesser daemon.
he
What's
gave me
flexibility?
he hit me with the
I mean-
CRISPR. He changed
Yeah.
my DNA.
He did. He changed your spell NA.
You know, I
So,
like how Paxi first got here, noticed that Princilla was here, and said, "Oh, I need to be on my best behavior," and then immediately starts making a deal with the demon.
With
no,
that, he
Priscilla's not
turns-
here. Priscilla's mom is here.
That's
Which
right,
is-
he turns
Oh, you're right.
Wait,
turns to
who's
the rest of the
redhead in the
daemons.
center? Who's this?
That's Priscilla's
Priscilla's
mom.
mom.
That's the queen,
Oh,
Juvia.
fuck! I got this wrong the whole time.
So, looking at that rest of the daemons, he immediately goes, "All right, spread out. Click anything up for us.
I
As
will-
for the rest, leave them be. They are friends now, associates of a business partner. If any of you even look at them in the wrong direction, you will be tortured for the rest of eternity within Gehenna. Got it?" Immediately, they all like invert their gaze to the point where they're looking at the ground, and they all just spread off to the side.
All right then.
I'm good.
I will I will give like a beckoning gesture to the posse.
And with that, you notice some rips open up as well as some giant monstrosities start stepping through.
Oh, they have extra. Oh, they have a lot of extra. Is that an ultra loft?
What you see is this thing, which does not seem to be an ultraloth. It
Oh,
looks
that's
like
a-
a
Wait, is it
giant
what I think it is?
monstrosity stepping out. It starts immediately grabbing bodies with their massive tendrils and consuming them.
Man, I
Is
wonder
that-
if those guys also cost 1,000 gold.
And kinda loft.
Can I ask? Yeah, I want to. How much does that cost?
Those are not part of the service at the moment. Because of the kind of lot are mindless. They do not want to have them summoned. Think of them as our siege machines.
Yeah.
We can extend the deal in the future, but for now, it kind of lots are more of our scavengers at the moment. Be careful with the bodies. We cannot have them torn up. We may need the components later. And with that, they all kind of just like branch off and create a path for you guys.
Okay.
That they start grabbing weapons, shields, armor, gold, any valuables on the ground. And slowly the group makes their way towards you. Kind of like,
My mic was still muted. Oh well,
Oh, was
too
it?
late now.
what was it you're trying to say?
I was trying to be like, before you guys leave, I wanted to ask them if they have any association or allegiance to Antigen.
They have said they do not
Yeah, they don't.
emphatically multiple.
And
if
then
you
when they
just
say
summoned
no,
you-
I was going to
if
say,
you asked that, the big guy here would kind of just look at you with a bit of disgust.
Demons already are unreasonable to deal with. That Anakin has been a scourge. We will have no association with that buffoon and his needless bloodshed. He makes
Got him.
business difficult. So
Can I
rest assured
tell-
from
oh,
my
sorry.
word, we have nothing to do with them, nor will we.
can I tell that he seems to be telling the truth?
You can roll insight.
Not the greatest roll, but
I mean,
It's
the whole
good.
time they certainly didn't seem to like him.
If he was being very deceptive about it, you would probably have some hard time doing it. But you can see the straight up hate in his eyes when he says that. In fact, the only reason why he may not have blown up on you for even considering the fact that he was associated with Antigen is because he's trying to be civilized due to a partnership having been formed.
Right. I'm gonna like walk over to the posse. Sorry.
Fazlan just like looks at you, or then he looks at Paxi.
I'm going to
You
like
guys have
under
made
my
a big
breath.
Mistake.
Look, we can talk about this later. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, they kind of like follow you guys out towards the portal.
I
As
didn't do
these
anything
daemons-
wrong. Now look away while I shake this demon's hand.
Yep.
daemon.
It's not a demon, it's a daemon. There is legally
You
a
expect
difference.
Swobo to know the difference?
Yeah,
No.
one of them's Matt Damon. It's
Yeah,
and they play. They're in a lot of gnomish plays.
yeah, you know, Gnome Damon.
Anyone who
How do
knows
I
anything about
delete?
anything.
It was the captain of the guard specifically. No, the captain of the guard. Auseland? Did you just say his name was?
Wait, are you?
You thought look,
Regroup all. There we go.
look. I feel like I'm underneath the wolf. I think.
You are. Let me drag you out right now. There we go.
Okay. I feel no. Fucking Kelbrin can't give anyone shit for anything anymore.
He
Ever.
looks kind of defeated right now, and also very embarrassed.
All right. That is okay. So.
And I'll be back.
But they are fiends. They are inherently evil. If they are
Neutral.
working with you, it means. This is from my own experiences.
I
I
feel
just look at him. I'm just like, no, you just are one.
Is actually trying to defend a race? That doesn't sound like Taxi.
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 They assisted in massacring all of my soldiers. All of my men and women, brave warriors with families, have been slaughtered. Because Wellsplitter used our queen to connect them to the devils. And now they are harvesting bodies. They're not giving us opportunity to give them all a burial.
I feel okay. You know what, Taxi? You're being really sensitive about this, and I understand it because you have the horns, and I get that. But I feel like we are all friends here. Bad things have happened today, but we're going to make the best of it. Let's all take a few deep breaths.
He is this forward. You can kind of see his hands on his sword right now, and he looks like he wants to draw it. But he's not.
Let's all calm down.
The only
and
reason
make our-
why I am not striking you down right here and now is because the service you have done to save our queen. And with that, he kind of just walks off.
Who's that guy again?
That is the captain of the guard.
Oh no, I
For
said
the
this out
record,
loud.
Oh,
for the
He
record,
almost
I
has
just say,
to.
Paxi, he is 100% right, and I'm very disappointed in your actions, but kind of expect them. And I ride away as well.
you know, I think it's funny that
It's
people
okay, Paxi. I'm proud of you.
I turned to Paxi. More people seem to be mad about this than about the bottle thing, which is really weird to me. I would be more upset about the bottle thing.
What bomb thing?
Taxi's back. I got your back. Taxi.
Okay. All right. Let us hitch the horse back to the cart, and let us get about our business. Grab the horse. Attach the horse. Like this.
Yeah. Now I gotta
Alright.
move the cart out of the way so I can rotate the horse.
We're all having a good time. We're all okay.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, the 4 people who didn't walk away in the huff. Are all of you okay?
That
Zakala,
was
do
the
you have
best speech I've ever had, and my headset disconnected from my computer.
Yeah.
It was like coming
We heard
in
most
and
of
out.
it.
We
We
heard
heard
about-
most of it.
We heard
Like-
most of it.
Sakala just looks
Taxi.
kind of out of it right now.
You are Kelbrin and you are Ronnie. Are you guys okay? Were you injured? Did the Yugoloths get you?
Ronnie kind of like, oh, I'm doing good. Oh, not gonna lie, even though it was not my own actions, it did feel nice to land a proper hit with a frying pan.
I can respect that. You,
Kelvin just looks tired.
you.
He kind of gives you a like an unamused look, saying, "You're asking me if I'm all right.
I mean, you're not all
I've been
right.
controlled by my own sword,
and that sword then proceeds to start controlling the entire kingdom I was supposed to basically protect. Do I look alright to you?
Well, you're still alive.
Yes, I'm still alive, but at the cost of 1,000 proud warriors. Not. I'm not the one who even made that deal, though. It was Wellsplitter who used the Queen. I can only imagine how she feels right now.
Hello, ma'am. We have not had the pleasure of meeting. Not well. We've met before, but I punched you in the face. How are you doing?
She kind of just like looks at you, Sade, and you kind of notice that the light seems to be dead in her eyes.
Like, does she still?
Enough to walk. That's all that matters.
Okay. Say that again.
Enough to walk.
Okay.
That's all that matters.
We have a cart if you prefer.
No, I'm fine with walking. It at least allowed me to at least comprehend my thoughts. But knowing Auseland, he's simply going to conjure a greater steed, and he's going to use that to help me.
Paladins, am I right? So
Losers.
if I remember right, this is out of character for a second, Dylan. When we met her the first time, when Acast was still here, that weirdo, she was like fucking glowy and had the boomy like elf lady from Lord of the Rings voice.
Kind
And
of.
she was like she was so suffused with power that it like radiated clearly off of her.
Kinda. Or at least not rated, but she gave off an aura of power.
Does she still have that?
Oh, she looks like she's still powerful, but it seems like it's more of a mental thing at this point.
Okay, well, I will offer the cart to Ronnie, Kelburn, and Zakala if they need it, seeing as she got her fucking
Ronnie
brains.
will immediately climb in the cart on the very back, with Calvin sitting on the back as well.
All right. Well, I will let everyone get into the cart, and then I will walk beside Nessie, seeing as not everyone we don't have enough. Actually, do we have enough space for everyone in the cart, or for everyone? Because the queen is going to be walking at least. So, yeah, I'll walk
That's
beside
gonna
the
feel
cart.
awkward.
I'll walk beside the cart and let the rest of the party in.
I'm gonna hate this. I walk up to Sakala. Paxi walks up to Sakala. Don't. I'm sorry. It was necessary at the time, but you guys came here with an entire army. What happened with the research and the machine brain? Like, did nothing come of that?
When Wellsplitter took control, he destroyed everything. He saw it as counterproductive to his motivations, so he had me personally destroy every single bit of that machinery.
Wait a
There's
minute.
nothing left to salvage.
So these were Project Eden machines.
Yes, or at least that's what it was called. They gave me the body of one of them, as well as some sort of core, a golem core. But Wellsplitter did not like the existence of something he could not properly control, so he used me to destroy it.
This
So-
implies something, actually. We will talk as we walk, but Wellsplitter was serving something greater. He admitted as such, which means that whatever is above him also can't control the machines. Has no method of doing so. I think that's valuable information.
As an apology for what happened, we won't talk about it. I will try to find you a new intact core. Will we be square?
To be honest, we're already square, as you put it, due to the fact that you saved us. So you don't have to do such a thing, even though the thought is appreciated. If anything, I just need some time, and also to get over the fact that you did feeble-mind me. Which is in self-defense, I understand that, but still you turned me into a salivating, raving lunatic,
Less
and
intelligent
that
than
really
every
hurts
animal.
my pride.
Not less intelligent than an animal. Less intelligent than all of them. All of the animals.
You
She was
gave
the
me the
dumbest
brain
one.
of a fish.
Do fish have only one intelligence? I could have sworn they had 2 or 3.
I'll look at Sakala. I'm like, Sakala, you are here. A fish is here. The average person is right here. Lower yourself just a little bit. Okay?
You're going to make me want to punch you, Paxi.
Fair.
I'm not
And
going
she
to stop
walks
you.
off.
Yes, that is alright. Okay. You really need to, like... I feel like the first thing you... the third thing you say to someone, it shouldn't be a direct insult to them. Like, the first thing you said was, I'm sorry for feeble-minding you. The second thing you said was, I'll get you a new robot. The third thing you said was, maybe you should be more humble. Which just feels like a weird sequence of words. Like, you really... Inside thoughts, Paxi. Inside thoughts.
Absolutely not.
You see...
Paxi
Paxi
just snorts.
Paxi has no inner monologue.
I know it kills him with my mind. Just he explodes.
You form a link with Paxi and it's just TV static.
Oh jeez, he's really dumb. Fuck. Okay, let's go. Back to the city.
I believe you guys have enough people that can fill up the cart, actually, without having anyone to walk. Auseland has conjured a Pegasus with the queen riding behind him.
Alright.
Okay, hold on. DM, how
Yes.
fast can Nessie take all of them back to the capital and come back here?
I feel like it's gonna be faster for us all to go together.
Will they
Like-
be spaghettified from the traveling at the speed of light?
No one would be able to stay on the cart if she went that fast.
Yes. Her maximum velocity would kill us. Would scatter our atoms across fucking the multiverse. Can she hit 88 miles per hour? Can we just go back in time and fix all this?
She kind of just like gives you a stare, Paxi.
It's like, okay, this is called a flux capacitor, Nessie. You need to eat this. This will help. This will help.
So what is everyone doing at this point?
I will get in the cart and we will leave back to the city so we can reconvene and make our next plan of action.
I ride individually on Ruin.
I imagine Astorius is stewing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Good.
Alright, good talk. So,
Away we
assuming
go.
everyone is going to start going, like, hop in the cart. Come on, Nessie.
Get water.
Come on. There we go. Here.
I'll get water and I'll be right back, but mid-ride I'm
Here.
gonna do something.
Oh, hey, it's a perfect fit.
Hey, we did it. Everyone wins.
So, together,
Astorius said mid-ride he wanted to do something. He's going to be right back.
alright, mid-ride, gotcha. So, we won't skip through everything yet, but that's the world map. Let's go to Shador specifically.
Okay, yeah. So,
Actually, can I talk to Astorius, but more specifically Solus, on the way back?
you can try. You need to
You
make
can
physical.
try.
You need to make physical contact with Astorius. You're just gonna have to like, while you're like riding on the front of the cart, and he's
Well-
riding beside you. You're just gonna have to lean over and just like put your hand on the face of his mask.
Can Ruin carry two people?
Yes.
No, but I'm not letting it because I'm going to ride somewhat away from the party.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Alright.
He
While
has
we're
to
on the way from the
brood.
party, I'm gonna use that. I think it was a pendant you said I got. That lets me communicate with the meets theocracy.
I see.
Oh fuck.
Alright. So you immediately, not immediately, but you kind of feel a connection establish, but you don't get an immediate response. After a little bit of time, as if someone is currently trying to find either the words to speak or they're in the middle of something. But eventually, you'll get some sort of connection. a proper connection, and then you hear the words say,
Astorius, didn't expect you to reach out this soon. Tell me, what is wrong?
Well, we got a combination of right and a combination of wrong. First, I thought you should know that Wellsplitter has been defeated. He has been completely destroyed. We stopped what he was trying to do, releasing one of the Harbingers.
Well, that is very good news. In that case, if you say something of right and wrong, then it makes me worry of what the wrong is.
The wrong is one of my companions has made a deal with a group of, what are they called, Euglioths? Am I pronouncing that right?
honestly, you probably wouldn't even pronounce it right anyways.
I will say that Astorius. Oh wait, Astorius wouldn't pronounce it right. You don't think?
But would you care enough to pronounce it right?
Enough because I want to identify it as a
Yugolovs.
potential threat. So yes.
Fiends.
The deal was essentially he can summon one of them to help at the cost of gold. Suffice it to say, I am extremely concerned about the potential consequences of such an action. Have you ever encountered something of this nature, and what would you do?
I will tell you now the stories from my own experience, or at least my direct experience with fiends are never good. Demons are malicious, devils are secretive, and often very cunning. Daemons, on the other hand, are rather enigmatic. Usually when we encounter them, they are in the service of either two of the existing fiends. Fiends, by nature, are evil. Evil to their very core. Devils enjoy subverting and controlling others through tyranny. Demons simply enjoy slaughter and chaos. While daemons are selfish to their own core, caring nothing about profit and power. They may disguise their efforts and their motives through the use of partnership and business. But through my own eyes and through the history of our land, they are selfish to the point that if they feel that a deal is no longer going their own way, or at least they can no longer gain something to benefit anymore, they will leave abruptly, leaving you stranded and often worse for wear. It may not seem like a minor thing compared to the other two, but the thing that makes them worse is the fact that because of their selfishness, they do not care about you at all. You are simply something to be used, to be drained of all power and assets, and then left away. So perhaps making a deal with them may seem minor at first, or terrible, because they are fiends. But it is a business relationship that one has to be wary of. And the fact that your companion, I'm assuming is... No, I shouldn't make assumptions.
It was Paxi.
That's what I thought. Those of blood often tend to flock to the same thing. I do not say that lightly, but most tieflings that have had a history in our theocracy have usually been under the influence of devils. I recommend caution and keeping an eye out. Who knows what else they may do. I would also recommend watching those daemons closely. Because while you're not paying attention, they will find other ways to exploit the surroundings. And they may not be like devils, where they demand your soul as payment. But with how much wealth they can take from you, it might as well be the same. Take that as my own word, as well as the fact that the founding of the Boomy theocracy was born by usurping a devil-controlled king. Is there anything you wish for us to do in this matter?
Cool. One
Not
more
at the
reason
moment.
people used to hate us.
I feel as though I the observation may be enough, and if I feel that if anything further need occur, I will call on you.
Good.
Just know we are
Because-
in. Oh, sorry.
Because the fact it's a daemon is why I am not too urgent yet. Being in contact with fiends is already dangerous with what they can do. But I urge you this. If, for any reason, your party decides to establish contact with devils, contact immediately and prevent that from happening at all costs. Because daemons are also, in a way, those who can act as a middleman. And devils care about control. So if you, particularly your Paxi or any of your party members, think of forming an alliance with the devils, that needs to be stopped at all costs, to the point that contact us and we will find a way to reach as quickly as possible. Because word has already been spread of your party's power, and if you get in affiliation with devils, I can only fear what will happen once they start taking control.
I understand. Would I know what the name of his god is of the booming theocracy? Would that be like history or religion or whatever?
It's we spoke to
It's
this
a guardian. You spoke with the guardian dragon,
man. What the fuck
Psychon.
is his name? Psychon, thank you.
The
Okay,
prophecy
and
dragon.
that's who they would worship, right?
Yep.
Yes, they
Okay. I just say the grace of Psychon be with you. I nod, and thank you for your advice, and then I close connection.
Alright, the connection is severed. Alright. With that, are you going to continue riding ahead the party, or are you going to reconvene?
I'll ride ahead, and I can look for things with my perception.
Roll perception.
That's mine. And then Ruin is, of course, also smelling and such, and thus will have advantage. His rolls
you
worse
had a
than
high,
mine.
you had the high perception. So on the journey back, as you guys travel, you kind of there's no threats really at all, actually. Like there's no creatures, no soldiers, no anything really. In fact, the countryside kind of feels a little empty. But eventually, you arrive at the city walls of Witch Door. And soon after, the party will follow suit. And as you guys arrive at the city walls, the very soldiers manning the walls, not soldiers, but guards, town guards, will immediately start shouting, "The Avengers have returned! And the Queen's with them!" And immediately they start shouting, passing the word out, so that way the city will be aware of what's happening right now. Well, let me reposition all these tokens that are constantly. Wait, why are there two of you guys? Oh, I made a mistake. Oop.
How dare.
I know.
better.
I'm a terrible DM.
New
are.
event mission. Fighter doppelgangers.
Alright.
again.
Alright. It's all good now. So you guys arrive. And with that, you guys are accepted into the city walls with a big welcome. Everyone's kind of like cheering and stuff. Happy that, the fact that the Queen is back, as well as the other members of the Black Token Society. So, what do you guys do? Because right now, the Queen and Fazlan are already making a beeline towards the palace.
I'm gonna, seeing as we have the rest, other important people with us, I'm going to also go to the capital, to the palace.
I'm going to put an arm around Ronnie and say, Ronnie, I need a hamburger.
Ronnie kind of just like looks at you.
What is it, a hamburger?
15-foot extendo arm.
Lad, all you need is not that, but a bit of Ronnie's ham stew.
There you go.
They got pigs. They don't got cows. I think.
I say I could go for some ham stew. And some
Can you ask
yeah,
Ronnie if he
that's
knows how to
good.
make fried fish and fried potatoes?
That's reasonable.
Fish! I haven't tried my lot of cooking fish. A little too fishy to me, I would say. No big fan of the smell. What? I don't know, for you. I could see about trying. After
Alright,
all,
cook
you
whatever
did
you
me a
want.
solid. No. Ronnie's got a challenge now. Gotta cook some fish. Now, grilled? Baked? No, baked fish sucks.
And with that, he kind of just like starts trying to map out in his mind the best way to do things.
Does fried exist yet?
Yeah.
In this world?
Yep.
That was exactly my question. The
John?
other cooks that we became friends with, we like gave them the idea of making fish and chips, and now everyone loves it.
Yep. Jacques Red Rock, the best fish, like the best chippery runner in town. Technically, the entire country at this point. So, the Queen and Auseland both make their way towards the palace. Okay, I hate that the fact that the carriage is so big that I can't just like select this by itself. Kevlin would hop off as well. Same with Sakala.
I'm gonna go with the gang over to the palace while everyone else goes to celebrate and eat fucking ham stew. And drink some kind of dwarven ale, probably. ACAS isn't here. ACAS isn't here, so I can't finish the I'll have alcohol bit, so.
So, they would enter the palace. I'm assuming you guys are following as well.
I mean, people want.
I mean, I'm looking for a tavern. I don't know about you. We deserve to celebrate.
I thought the plan was that they were going to take Ronnie back to the restaurant and have him cook for them. And have a big meal.
Where's the restaurant? Is that in the palace?
No, their tavern was, like, here-ish, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm going there.
Where was Calburn's tavern, Dylan?
At the Glittering Bauble.
Yes. Not the Bibbledy-Bobbledy-Boo?
Figure
that
out
was
where
located. That was
Calvin was.
located.
Is he just like gone somewhere? It's like
Calvin seems to be following with the royal party at the moment.
Oh, okay, he was with them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Ronnie's
just
following
missing
after them
everything.
too, while Ronnie's thinking of like the best plan to cook.
Okay.
Seems like there's probably some sort of meeting going on at the
Yeah, he
palace.
was
that
part of
the
that
Black
plan.
Token Society is supposed to be going with them.
Alright. I forget that Ronnie technically is a member of the Black Token Society, yes.
No, I don't remember, but yes.
So yeah, everyone goes to the palace, I suppose, and then we'll eat after.
So, we'll pick. Wait, why is it not
Oh,
started?
I'm on top of Saint.
Why are you not playing? There we go. It's because it glitched out. I hate it's when it does that sometimes.
Worst DM 0 out of 10.
Shut the fuck up.
It's like another 5,000 or 6,000 red dragons.
Why are there still dead guys? Oh, okay.
Nope, they're gone. And they're also gone because at this point they would have wall since
They
controlled
died
the
fighting
body.
the red dragons that came looking for us.
Yep. Yeah, the guards have been revivified or resurrected at this point. So you guys would arrive at the palace. Immediately, the various paladins here would like straighten themselves up and give you guys, well, a nod. But they would give a proper salute to the captain of the guardian and the queen as they both enter inside.
So we'll want to look and see if there's any guards that he killed who've been resurrected, and just look directly at them and wave with a friendly smile.
Some of the guys would immediately like lean back slightly, and one of them immediately just like puts his hand to his waist as where he got fucking cut in two.
Most
As
of the
you're walking
paladins
by,
that I
you can
go
hear-
by, I just nod. Oh, sorry.
No, one of them just would mutter.
That's a monster, that one is.
I'm just nodding cordially at all these paladins.
Yeah,
You know,
they would
my
nod
people.
at you, but the ones who've gotten personally murdered by Swolbo would definitely be staring at him right now.
Personally murdered by Swolbo.
Yep.
Better than
Yeah, they're
Impar killed murdered
fine.
by
They
Solo.
got better.
As you guys arrive, immediately you can hear it, everyone within the chamber shouting out, "The Queen has returned! Long live the Queen!" As she would return back, both she and the king would give each other a small nod and to kind of just look at each other for a bit before returning to their... Oh, anyways. The king would look at all of you. Once again, you have done us all a service that I cannot even begin to describe how much means to this kingdom. First, you went to the forest and destroyed the monstrosities and abominations within. And now you have freed us from a tyrannical entity. A sword. Even though now the day has been saved, a massive blow has been dealt to our kingdom. We have lost many brave soldiers. Seeing the fact that all of you have returned, and not one of them are with you, I presume that is correct. You kind of look at the queen, and she'll just avert her gaze. And then she'll look back at you guys.
I will give a solemn nod.
I nod and I say, I will spare you the details, O King.
Princilla. Yes, Your Majesty. Please take your mother and take her to her room. She needs some time to herself to reconvene her thoughts. With that, she would take her mother by the hand and lead her out of the, to the upper floors. With their gone, she looks at Auseland, who gives him a solemn nod as well. Many lives have been lost this day, and honestly, this week. But you still have done us a great service. You have freed me. You have freed my wife, and you've also freed the great, proud adventurers who served our society back in their prime. That is not something I can say lightly. Unfortunately, most of our supplies and wealth have already been drained, so there's not much I can really do as an offer as an award. But the only assurance I can really give you is the fact that we here in Wishtor, and by Shador an extension, you are all honorary citizens and heroes. You have done us a great service, as I've said, I cannot even begin to describe. And for that, with that he gets down on his knees and bows to you. You have my personal thanks.
What the hell?
I will offer him a respectful, like, half bow in response.
If there's anything you need, we will do our best to assist you, through any means necessary. But for now, I, King Fahrenheit, am in your debt.
Well,
King Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
I think
King
we
Celsius.
I believe no. That is the evil alternate universe version.
No.
What the? His brother. What we're gonna do is, I believe my party will want to spend some time, perhaps celebrating their victory a little bit, resting. We will reconvene on what our next move should be, and then we will probably have to take you up on that favor.
Celebrating, you say? Well, that is one way to start. From today
overheard-
onwards, this will be a national holiday, celebrating the deeds of your party.
I overheard that that dwarf in the back, that he was going to make some kind of stew, I believe.
At that point, you kind of see Ronnie burst through that doors. Alright, I got it! Fish stew! Cavern kind of looks down at him like, I don't think that sounds very good, Ronnie. Ah! No. They wanted fish. Ronnie is good at stew. Fish stew. I don't think that's a good idea, Ronnie. Shut up! I already got it cooking in my mind.
Did he just tell the
Time
king
to
to
make it a
shut up?
reality.
Okay. Ronnie's going to invent gumbo.
For fish.
Shrimp is fish fry. I know what to do. And he just starts walking off with Calvin just like staring back.
I think shrimp are bugs. Anyway.
All right. Calvin kind of just like walks up, a little bit of his old self returning, still looking very tired. All right, a few things I would like to say. One, technically my fault. It's my own sword that did this whole thing, and honestly, I should have known better that Will Splitter would actually try this. So, if you need me to do anything, if you need to imprison me or whatever, I accept it wholeheartedly. The king would kind of just like stare at him.
Swobo, kill!
Calvin, you and your party have done much to help us in the past. I wouldn't even think of dreaming of this. So please, keep your head up. If anything, this is a shortcoming to us all. And now that we are aware, we will do better. As a kingdom, and to ourselves. And as for the party, what is it you call yourselves?
The Degenerates. Thank
The degenerates!
It kind of looks at Calvin. Calvin kind of just like starts snickering. Honestly, that was our first choice. If it wasn't until we decided to go Black Token Society.
As far as I know, the story is someone suggested it as a joke, and no one thought of anything better.
So I
Yeah,
see that.
I kind of just sigh under my breath, just like, sure, whatever. It's not important enough to argue about.
In this case, the Degenerates. Are you sure? Are you going with that name?
I don't think anyone's super committed to it, though, so we could just whatever. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I nod vigorously to what Sage
In this
says.
case, from this day onward, this will be Degenerate Day.
That is. We'll work. I like lean over. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it later. It's fine. Don't worry.
By royal decree, no one shall work this day and shall celebrate the heroic deeds of the Degenerates.
Your Majesty,
Got it.
in 9 months I expect a massive boom in your population from this day.
Shut the fuck up, Paxi. I fucking explode. Make a
Silver
fucking death saving throw
lining.
and I'll explode.
No.
I make some blow.
Paxi's head explodes.
Cray looks amused. Calvin at this point starts snickering. The king is just sighs. But go on, go forth and be merry. I can assure you, no expenses will be paid out of your pocket for this celebration. Drink to your heart's content, eat to your heart's content. Party until you can party no more. As that's how you all would say it, I presume.
That's about right.
But yes. And if there's anything else you need, be sure to speak with me on a later time, once the celebrations are over and everyone's bellies are full and their minds are hazy. Or is... Thinks my bard friend is rubbing off on me a little bit. But yes, go forth. Enjoy your time here. No longer is the time for stress and combat, but joy.
You just made Swobo sad. I hope you know that.
I mean, Swobo likes, I feel like, all celebrations.
If you could drink and fight at the same... Actually, you have enough arms to drink and fight now.
He does.
With that, Calvin could kind of walk off. Alright, time to reopen the glittering bottle. All members of the Dark Black Token Society kind of stops, or at least people who actually indulge in that sort of thing. And the Degenerates, come with
Hey,
me.
don't laugh at us.
I missed the Pippin bobble.
I turned to Saint as I get back on Ruin. We are definitely changing that name. And then I ride out.
We are
Are you going
not.
Come on, Degenerates! Come and celebrate like the Degenerates we are.
Hey, you can't... That's copyright infringement.
Well,
That's
So,
fucked up.
I'm going to approach the king nonchalantly as everybody's walking out.
I kind of stop and look over my shoulder and power watch.
Your Majesty, when we first met, we had dealt with the what we're calling the meat forest.
Yes, because it was full. Fucking Acast pops out of a bush. Yeah, it's made of meat. It's a meat forest. And he goes back in.
And you had awarded me a piece of glass, magical glass, and I'll use what? I have the spell. It's the minor illusion. There we go. And I'll form the piece of glass. If you have another one of these in your armory, I would love to. That would be my reward.
Kind of like stares at the glass.
Another. But I could have sworn that we're giving you the only one we had.
In that case, he kind of turns to Sakala, who's still there right now.
Sakala, I know you've only just gotten back, but please, by my own personal request, can you please check the armory to see if there's another one of these that we have in our possession?
She kind of like looks, blinks.
Sure.
With that, she would then go mutter something, and you know she'd vanish in a flash of light.
You know it's a security risk to allow people to teleport in and out of the palace. You just wards.
It's like a special exemption to say.
And back they leaves.
So eventually, he'll say, once she returns, I'll send her to assist you, or at least give you whatever it is that you're looking for. But until then, it may take a bit. The treasury is rather vast.
Neat.
So with that,
Actually,
I should probably grab the whole group.
something just occurs to me, actually. Did anyone, when Wellsplitter was in control of the kingdom, did any, one come through? Any other travelers or learned people that he might have tried to gain sway over or influence in some way? He is dead, but there are other adventurers in the city, or in the world, and if he somehow messed with one of them, it would be good to know.
Alright, you're asking with him directly?
Yeah, I'm asking Fahrenheit directly.
He kind of looks at you, kind of thoughtful. From what I understand, is that adventures are not too common nowadays, or at least in our area, besides the Black Token Society. Most of which have went west. But to my knowledge, we haven't gotten very many visitors, or at least new visitors. But then again, I've also haven't been dwelling too much on such a thing due to my obvious circumstance at the time.
Alright. That is fair enough, I suppose.
But there's still a lot for me to figure out. I need to go over our records to see what exactly damage has been done and what actions I have made. A lot has happened. So if I come across anything in particular, I'll be sure to inform you. Would that be
Okay.
enough?
That will be enough, yes.
Good.
We have celebrations to do and such.
And with that, he all gives you a nod, bids you farewell as you make your way towards the glittering bauble. And alright, still missing some things, but I'll fix that soon. So you guys would have to leave the castle, make your way to a familiar, or in this case for some new members of the party, unfamiliar location.
It's been a while since we've been here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, there we go. There's everybody. So obviously there's places to drink and places to eat. I'm assuming up where Caliban, is that his name?
What's up? Calvert?
Is that Caliban behind the counter?
Calvert, yep.
Albrin. I'm assuming he's the bartender.
He's
I
the
think
bartender.
Calvin, like temperature, but an R in there.
Kelvin, yep. As you kind of enter, you see there's the strong smell of seafood is coming from the kitchen. When you approach Kelvin, you kind of notice behind him is a display of various items and treasures, but you also notice a small stand that looked like it used to keep a sword on display. Kelvin's currently cleaning some cups and stuff. And he goes, welcome. Sorry, we haven't really been properly introduced. Due to our circumstances. But hey, you at least fight well with a sword. Name's Kelvin Oske. Welcome to the Glittering Bauble. Right now, for what you've done, you can eat, drink, and stay here free of charge till, or at least our money runs out. So don't take advantage of it, please.
I take off my helmet, and of course he can then see my face as a Asimar. And I just say,
and he's just albino.
Your hospitality is greatly appreciated. Give me something strong.
Strong? Oh, I'll give you some Cray's favorite in that case. And as he walks up to the counter, starts sifting through the various bottles and things, you immediately feel an arm go around your shoulder, Storius. You can see Cray, someone you're not really familiar with. Pale skin, pale white hair, looks like to be a paladin as well. Hey there, cousin. So you're a new party member of this group, huh?
Indeed. Well met, I say. Semi-cautiously, but also, is she cute?
Oh yeah, she's definitely beautiful. She kind of looks at you. I don't know as with us Asimars and being paladins, but at this point I used to think I was the only one, and now there's 3 in existence. Kind of funny. With that, Calvin comes over with a massive mug of something. Okay, I don't know what proportions you're looking for, so I decided to give you whatever Cray orders. With that, he sets the giant thing in front of you, as well as one in front of Cray. Cray would grab it, hers, give you a wink, and then just walk off back to her seat.
Who's the third one? Oh, it was...
Athenia.
Yeah.
Hey, Athenia.
Wait, how can she tell he's an Aasimar through the helmet?
I took off my helmet.
He took it off.
Oh my god.
Imagine not even paying attention.
Are we all
See a
blinded?
lot of smoke coming out from the kitchen. You can hear Ronnie shout, "Down! Down, you fucking bastards! Get in the fucking pot and cook like I deserve!" You hear some rattling as well as pans falling. Calvin kind of looked back in the kitchen before.
Bro, how big are these shrimp?
I think there's a bigger problem than that.
Ronnie, are you okay in
Boiling
there?
them alive.
Yeah, burn, you fucking bastards! Oh, don't you dare! Ah, you got my fucking balls! Calvin kind of looks in the kitchen. You'll be fine. That's usual Ronnie antics.
Is he cooking pistol shrimp in there or something?
Like fucking those mantis shrimp. Maybe getting punched.
Yeah, it's something. You hear some more clattering and then a loud hissing noise. Yeah, he's in the fucking pot now. You just hear more.
I give a glance over. I glance over the counter and just kind of look into the kitchen.
Calvin just you're also a new face.
Hi, yes. Whatever you just gave him, except probably half as much.
Sure. With that, he walks over. He comes back. All right, here you go. Good old classic Rendor Firewater.
Firewater?
Firewater.
Oh, thank you. I kind of give it a good sniff.
It smells strong. Kind of
you have no nose hairs left.
I go over and put some water in there and make it grog.
Calvin just shrugs, but he kind of looks at Astorius. What? You asked for what? Your strongest that we've had, and I gave you the order that, well, Cray usually tends to ask for. But I tell you to drink up, but do you need a cushion just in case you might collapse?
Oh, he'll be fine. I got him.
I kind of just look at him and I just kind of just snort, and then I chug.
Roll Constitution.
Does that. I just look over to Kelvin like, the rooms are upstairs, right? I may need to put him to bed.
Yeah, the rooms are currently empty.
Oh,
21. So, you just snort, take a jug, and immediately almost choke on it. because of how fucking strong it is. But you managed to get it down, or at least half of it, before you start slamming it down, and you're just wheezing out smooth. That shit almost felt like it was about to eat your throat from the inside out.
I take a sip of my half grog.
Roll
Fire
Constitution.
It's a
Yeah,
sip.
you also have a hint of cinnamon in there.
I'm next to him. 13. Wait. What's your?
Yeah,
charisma?
it's 10 feet.
You
it's
mix
10
it with
feet.
water, you have advantage.
Oh, please don't be another 4. All right, how's a 19?
19?
Yep.
Because I'm adding his.
If it was pure concentrated, like the way Astorius drank it, you would definitely be on the floor. But because the water really helped in there, making it lighter, you're able to stomach it. It still stinks though, a lot. Like your eyes are watering.
Hey, Patsy, I got something for you here.
No.
Oh,
like
yeah, that's these fucking peppers in here for our neighborhood tiefling.
Uh
And then you can see a very strong, spicy smell coming from the kitchen.
Ah, it fucking burns!
I didn't even order anything.
Yeah. Here, Patsy.
And then after a couple moments, Ronnie steps out of the kitchen with a massive pot filled with something boiling in there.
Uh-oh.
Oi, Calvin laddie, we need some fucking bowls here. And also, if you have any goggles, be sure to bring them on going inside. The one I made for our taxi friend here's a little too much for me. Calvin just walks over, puts on the goggles of fucking dark vision, and just walks in.
The fuck?
He walks over, starts placing bowls in front of everyone, filling them up with this stew that's filled with vegetables and shrimp and other various things.
How big are the shrimp?
Gumbo.
Is it like
About
one
that.
shrimp? Is the entire bowl?
It's about this fucking big.
It's a lobster.
It looks like a fucking lobster.
It's just a whole lobster in
And
each
then
bowl.
He heads back inside. You can see Calvin coming out with a small bowl. It looks exactly like the stew Ronnie made, with the vegetables, the shrimp, except it's bright red.
Uh-oh.
He sets it down right in front of you, Paxi.
It's
He's kind of like he has the night, like the goggles of night vision or whatever the fuck it's called. He has like a fucking rag around his face and nose, and he just goes, "Okay, buddy, be careful. Oh, that's a little too strong."
Is this
And he just,
the dude in front of me? Is that the
Drescher.
yeah?
He smells it, and Drescher's immediately.
I mean, he's got goggles on.
He does, but he's already recoiling right now and covering his face. He immediately grabs his bandana and just puts it over himself.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up my bowl and what remains of my drink, and I'm going to move over here next to, what is it, Cullen?
Ray.
Cray.
Move over next to Cray. Hell of a drink you like here. I don't know how drunk I am. Am I able to
You're not drunk at all, surprisingly. Really,
I
you
just
can
burned.
feel you're feeling very buzzed.
Does Astorius just
like-
pour the alcohol directly into his eye holes? On his... Oh wait, no, he took off the
No.
helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's just going to take a sip from hers, not really flinching at all. You'll get used to it.
Is Astorius gorgeous? Is he a very pretty man?
He's an
I'm purple.
Asimar.
Yep.
So yes.
I just say, so what's your story? I've never met another Asmar Paladin, and you say that there's 3 of them, and we're apparently 2.
The
Uh-oh.
third one was also part of your party, or at least before you joined. Very interesting woman, I gotta say. But yeah, my story's not too complicated. Came from overseas. Decided to join us here adventuring party. Killed monsters, made stories and legends, and then eventually settled down. Ended up becoming the captain of the city guard. Nice place. Surprisingly not that much crime, but it kind of helps that when you have an ex-adventuring party here, living here. What about you?
If anything, you seem a little bit out of place with this party.
He killed God.
In many ways, yes. I would say that many of them. Can they hear me? I mean, I'm buzzed, so I probably don't care.
Yeah, they all can definitely hear you. There's not that much. There's just some chatter and laughter in here, but not a huge amount.
There's a couple of them kind of glancing in Paxy's direction, or more of a means to an end. But
Sounds about right.
I journeyed here from across the sea like you. I don't think necessarily the same place, but essentially anyone who uses magic for any sort of evil purpose, I am sworn to destroy.
So, effectively, you're pretty much like a good chunk of the population, or at least those in power. But they also remind me a bit of the Boomies. They're definitely very big on that. But then again, they're also apply that sort of thinking to all magic. If it's not divine, they will immediately despise it.
I've interacted with the Boomies. I can say there's a lot that I agree with them on, but I would say my views are slightly more broad.
That is fair. But I've had a lot of interactions with the Boomies. Not many of them are pleasant, because how they would treat my party members, but I can respect them. Unfortunately, one of our ex-party members has not taken kindly to their thought process. And, well, haven't really heard of too much of what he's been up to lately, but right now I've heard that he's currently in charge of some sort of insurrection going on.
In the Boomies?
Yep. Good old Rizzo.
I don't think we've met.
No, I don't think you have. Because if you did meet him, you probably would not like him. He's rather one-track minded.
I'm gonna take a bite of my stew. I don't know how I react. Is it good? Is it bad?
It is salty, but it tastes pretty good though. Very hearty.
Okay.
While you guys are talking,
Why did you just roll sleight of hand?
What the?
Drew, I hate you. What are you doing?
Wrong button. Totally.
Alright.
He's next to me.
I know. That was a really high roll, too.
No, that was actually
No, that's a low roll. What am I saying? You plus 21.
Plus, holy fucking shit.
You made this possible.
I like to put a mark on a prey, by the way, as I walk away.
Fair enough. So,
A mark?
yeah. Cray kind of just like goes and takes a massive gulp of her drink. Not really, bothered at all by it. You're not sure if she's even like a mute to alcohol at this point. Our party members of the Black Token Society are quite numerous. Many of us have stuck around since the beginning, some have come and gone. Kind of like you. Some party members kind of see the group as a means to an end. Like Sakala. I'm surprised she managed to stick with us for as long as she did, especially since she did not mesh well with the party. But,
I know who Zakala is, right?
yep, she's
Breaking
the
the
Brain
fourth wall.
Spider's lady.
Brain
But
Spiders lady.
as
Oh,
of
yeah,
right-
yeah.
Now, technically the remaining party members, before people split off early, would be me, Calvin, Dressured, Feather, Sakala, and Rizzo. But now at this point we're all kind of retired from adventuring days, so we've all kind of went off on our own directions. So if anything, it's kind of interesting how in the end we've all kind of reconvened, except for Rizzo. But Rizzo's also been very focused on his own deal, and he's a rather unusual kind of guy. Doesn't think like you and I, and he's very fixated on magic.
So the ties that bind allies go deeper than any of us can understand or know.
That is
Unusual is one way to describe it.
And not every party also really agrees on the same matters either. You should have seen Calvin and Sakala and Dressured. They would be fighting each other all the time. But in the end, a party tends to stick together and try and help each other through thick and thin. But they also have to keep an eye on when people overstep boundaries too, particularly when they take things in a direction that shouldn't be taken. It ultimately depends on perspective, though, and also situations. I've learned back during my time when I kept saving the world, sometimes you have to make some decisions that's greatly frowned upon. But as a paladin, we gotta make sure we stick to our oaths. After all, we have made an oath for a reason. Something powerful enough that it binds us, gives us the power we need to fulfill what we need to fulfill. Yours? You said that you destroy magic, right? You hunt down those who misuse it?
Yes.
Yours is a little different from mine. My oath is simply to protect the ones I hold dear. So you are more vengeance, while I am different. But ultimately, our goals are still aligned. It's to protect. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, Mr. DM, can you check your messages?
Yeah.
What did I have stolen from me?
Hey, Swole, you want some fire water? I did water down a bit, but you should watch what's going to happen as I turn around.
With that, she raises her glass, Astorius.
I
Anyway.
mean, I'm assuming I just like already have stew and a drink,
Cheers.
so I'm just like, nah, I'm good.
Oh, I got some still water alcohol right here. I want to be drinking that shit. This is going to be fun.
She raises her glass.
Yep.
How about a toast? To our ideals and our dumbass party members.
I said, I'll drink to that, and then a kind of sad expression goes across my face. If only I had more than them to still protect.
So either he ignored the question about what did he steal, or that was actually him drugging the drink he was trying to give me.
She gives a small nod, smacks her her tankard against yours, and immediately starts chugging it.
I take a much more cautious sip this time.
Roll Constitution.
Why is it cautious?
Because it hurt last time, Simon!
Oh, you didn't look like it hurt.
Oh
I don't
no.
remember what I have to steal.
So you take a sip, and once again it's painful like last, but suddenly you taste something bitter and sour in there as well. That was not there initially. And suddenly your surroundings are spinning. Like colors are distorting. Cray's face is like moving all over the place. And when she speaks, it's almost like an echo. Oh, you don't look like you're handling yourself pretty well there, friend.
This is a bit stronger than I'm used to. Not to mention the fact that Wilderness doesn't have a lot of alcohol to enjoy very often.
Yeah. It suddenly drools coming out of the corners of your mouth. Everything is becoming bright, pretty colors. And Cray is now suddenly a mass of color that looks very hypnotizing. At this point, you're not drunk. You are high. Feather kind of just like looks at Cray, looks at the cup in front of Astorius,
Who put cocaine?
and then she just takes a small sip of her tea.
Hmm.
Cray kind of
Who
just
is-
like looks down, grabs the cup and sniffs it. Calvin, what did you do to his drink? Hey! Don't look at me. I just serve things as they are. She kind of like looks down at
How
Astorius'
this is
drink.
entertaining.
At this point, Astorius is fucking high off his ass.
I told you this was going to be entertaining. Let's watch.
Oh, there's
I
a,
kind of just like, I'm gonna attempt to stand up.
roll acrobatics. Oh, there's a.
Oh no.
Oh, no!
What did you roll? Okay, hold on. I got the right song for this one. The right song for this one. This is a story's perspective.
Why are we listening to Terraria?
Yes. So you stand up and immediately you take a step backwards, and you start stumbling around the place, smacking into chairs. You smack into fucking Feather, causing her drink to spill all over her.
I mean, I thought it was gonna be the Benny Hill theme, but this makes sense too.
At this point, you can't double.
Is he like magnetically drawn to all people?
Taxi is like apprehensively preparing
Oh,
himself
no.
for stew, while for Stories to smash in the back of his head and causing him to face plant into the stew. Make a constitution, by the way,
I
Taxi.
breathe the stew into my lungs.
Dresser immediately grabs Astorius by the arm, pushes him away, sending him to then wander into the
Oh.
kitchen.
I might not die.
Can I?
Taxi,
Actually-
your face is on fire. Your
Okay.
eyes are on fire as well. You're
That-
actually handling this pretty well.
Can I?
Like actually on fire?
When no.
No.
Yes.
Can when he's like here, I'm just eating my soup alone, like my helmet like raised up to here. Can I just like look over at him and try and like, cause he's fucking stumbling around like a cartoon character. Can I try and like gently ease him down? Like I want to use my bonus action to try and knock him prone gently, so he doesn't break himself.
Make an attack action in this case.
No, my ability is
help action.
I as a bonus action, I can force him to make a DC 17 strength save.
Make a strength save with Astorius. As you're stumbling towards the kitchen.
Yeah, you don't knock me over.
At this point, you're like, I'm gonna ease him gently, only for Astorius to suddenly stumble forward hard into the kitchen.
Well,
Ronnie's currently cooking at the stove, and then he goes on, "I want the fucking hell!" And he kind of sees you almost making a barrel towards his steaming, boiling pot. He immediately grabs you. Whoa! Don't kill yourself yet! It's too soon! As your head is just inches away from the boiling water. You're gonna see this tiny dwarf doing all of his power to try and prevent Astorius from stumbling into the fucking pot.
I'm going to fucking walk over and grab him and pull him away from the pot.
Oh! Okay, that fucking stew is about to be flavored real weird. Oh, you might want to sit him down.
I will like pull him, like both my arms wrapped under his, just pulling him.
Hey, you need a hand.
Am I
there?
fighting back?
What does he see?
You
What
have
does the
no
story
control
see?
over your actions right now. You are high as a fucking kite.
I think you need
All
some
you know
water.
is
I
that
pull
you're
out my
smelling
flask.
new colors and feeling new shapes.
Hey, DM, I'm gonna pull out my flask and try to give some to Astorius. Maybe splashing some on him real quick.
What flask?
I have a flask.
Okay.
Like, is
Just
it
like
a
splash
magical
water on
flask or just just a normal people flask?
It's normal. It's normal people flask.
Okay.
Okay. Drink up, bud. What do you want me to roll to give it to him?
I mean, it depends on whether Astorius will accept it. It is
He's
stupor.
currently being.
I have no control over my actions.
Yeah,
I don't
so
even know it's a
they-
flask.
Do you
No, I'm trying to
help him?
force. Saying we gotta get some fluids in this guy. I might be able to help him.
I roll insight against Simon's shenanigans.
Roll
Is that
inside.
allowed? Can I try and
Roll
determine? Simon,
Oh no!
that's valid. I think it's spell insight. That's
Okay.
Plus 19.
Well done.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
looks
wow,
pretty honest.
Simon is such a good friend helping
This
us
is
out.
the most
Yes,
honest man I have ever seen.
Yes, Simon. Yes, I will. This is a good idea. Let's just get fluids in him.
So,
So Saint's going to keep him still.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to give him my flask. He's going to drink a bunch.
I grab it and I just go, ooh, pretty, what is this?
good,
I don't
Oh,
know
you
how
don't
to
get-
drink.
good.
This is a surprise tool that'll help us later.
So, making a Constitution save, Saint. Not Saint, Astorius.
Astorius.
With disadvantage.
Oh, with disadvantage? Okay. So that's a 9, and then... a nat 20!
Disadvantage.
Right,
60.
disadvantage.
Aim
14.
for a second natural 20.
No, it's
No, I rolled twice. Wait. That was a 9 plus 8.
Yes.
Yeah, 17. No,
16.
yeah, 17.
16.
17?
What? 16. 16.
Wait, 9
You
plus
give him-
9 plus 7. Yes, the first one was a 16. I don't know why what didn't go through to.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, there it is.
What?
It's right there.
Yeah, I
Yes.
see it on roll 20.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
It's because Dylan rolled insight in between me. And
I'm going to start, after giving him the liquids, I'm going to start shaking him and slapping his face a little bit to see if he gets better. Even though I obviously know he's not.
Astorius, the sensations are so overwhelming at this point. The color purple is a little too sour to your smell. Currently, the triangle is too loud to you. You fucking fall unconscious.
Okay.
Triangle is too loud. Like, man, guys, it sounds really triangle in here. Fuck.
Alright, so I
he
think we
just
gotta get him
falls
to
fucking
bed.
limp. At this point,
Kelvin said the guy
Ray
who's got
kinda
rooms
just, like,
upstairs, right?
narrows her eyes slightly. Drescher just mutters under his breath.
What
Fucking
is-
party members.
What is in this drink?
I off real quick. I hand him a flask of water.
Okay. Why do you mean plus 21? You're just cheating. You're just making things up.
Blame his brother.
I have gloves of thievery. They give me +5 to sleight of hand checks.
Okay.
And, checks to pick locks.
Okay. Cool. You have 5. Where's the other 16 coming from?
That's a secret, though. That's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Do you have? Okay. If you have, let me look at my own.
My dexterity is only a +4.
Okay. We're still missing 2. Where are you getting it from?
Let's see. Dexterity. I have proficiency. I have expertise. I have +6 proficiency.
+6 proficiency.
Plus expertise, so that's +12 +4.
I have a +5 as my proficiency bonus.
I have +6 due to an item I have. The Iron Stone of Mastery.
You do not need to give an Iron Stone of Mastery to a bard, Dylan.
Alright. We're gonna take this guy upstairs.
Is it
Sorry.
favoritism?
You
Okay, so
both.
Simon.
Okay,
so
Wolbo,
Simon,
can you help me take this guy upstairs?
Simon's
I
just
think-
murdering him. Like that's what's happening, right? Like Simon is committing a murder.
So you
Yeah,
both
whatever.
carry him
It
up
happens.
the stairs to one of the various rooms.
Wolbo, you want to help me carry Astorius upstairs?
Oh, thanks. I'm eating.
It'll be worth your while.
I will
I'm
help.
eating.
I have finished
Yeah.
most of my speech.
Don't
I
interrupt
will
my
help you.
meal.
Come on, let us go.
Ronnie walks over,
I grab his fucking legs.
fills your bowl back up to the brim. Oh, eat up, lad! You gotta make your muscles even bigger. And he just walks
Right,
off.
We carry him up.
Actually, he just sits down to massive.
Carry
pot
Astorius
with his elbow.
upstairs
Yes.
to one of the bedrooms.
Well, there's another map here.
All right, yes, of course.
Yep.
Someone else needs to actually move the Astorius token, but we take him up here.
We'll move him into this room.
All right, so we take him over
I got it.
here, and we.
My character might be drunk, but I am capable of moving it.
Are you though?
How are you though? Thump.
I
Am
mean,
I
I can
hearing
go drink the
anything,
rest of my
from
whiskey on my
Frank?
table, then I won't be.
Am I hearing anything from Cray? Dylan?
Huh?
Anything interesting from Cray?
She's just looking at you guys, kind of unamused.
Do
Even
I
though
hear
she-
anything?
Here. She's
Yeah.
just not saying anything. If anything, she's kind of been just looking at you in particular, Simon.
And I
Like,
will
even
go,
though, she has no proof, she kind of suspects something. But
I
she
will now
keeps
go
sipping on
back
her drink.
downstairs. Like, man,
Appreciate you.
I don't know what was. You're welcome. It's always good to help your friends out. I don't know what was
Gray
in that.
walks over to Feather. It looks like you might need some help there. Feather's currently, like, wiping off the tea that got spilled all over her. Yeah, yes, yes. Oh, the shenanigans of an adventure can't get old. And with that, she casts Destroy Water on herself, removing the liquid from her.
Can I cast Destroy Water on someone to kill them
Wait.
instantly?
What?
No.
No, the spell there is a spell called Create or and Destroy Water, which can
Yep.
either create like a few gallons of water or instantly evaporate a few gallons of water.
Just feather just turns into alcohol and
Blood
evaporates.
bends.
Yep.
Just blood bends.
I mean, it's like what humans are
Exactly.
what 90-something% water.
Monka.
While I'm here, I'd like to search a story.
I mean, if 5 gallons of water, you could also just create 5 gallons of water inside
Well,
their brain. So
All that
Oh
is-
I
god.
tried to cast Create Water on someone's lungs, and Dylan said no. I'm upset.
It has to be a place
Well,
where
you're-
you can see.
What are you looking for,
I
Simon?
can
It
see
does
their mouth.
specify-
It is the entrance to the container that is their lungs. I tried to make this
yeah,
argument.
it does specify an open container. So I figure if their mouth is open, that counts, right?
I'm looking for Solus.
Avada
You see the mark of Solus on his palm.
I try to communicate with it telepathically.
By what, touching him?
Sure, whatever. I mean, well, first of all, let me see how unconscious the
Sure,
story is.
whatever floats your boat.
Sure, whatever drums
I think
your friend.
I'm still. Oh no, you said I am unconscious. That's right. Yeah.
Let's
Wait,
see how unconscious the story is.
is
I wanna-
Solus drunk
Yes.
too?
He might as well be dead at this point, but he's not dead. He's
All right.
dead, passed out.
I touch his palm and try to communicate to Solus.
Solus will immediately speak. You do know I'm well aware of what you did.
Oh, precisely. I'm not going to do anything dangerous to him. It was mainly for shits and giggles.
I see. But
However,
now
you're
you're talking to
not gonna do
me,
anything
so at this
dangerous
point,
other
what
than
do you want?
Drug him with mass quantities of drugs.
Information.
what-
Solus.
Information. Yes, I've been giving plenty of information, but what is it that you want personally? Now that
So
you got
far,
me in
it's
this position.
So far, it's a one-sided conversation. But do know, there is things at stake here. And I want to get to the bottom of this. I don't know a story history. You probably already know this, but white ice.
So what is it do you want to know?
What is your goal, Solus?
Mine right now is aligned with Astorius at the moment. Ultimately, we share a goal of stopping the mages from basically taking back power. That is what my goal is.
But you see, he's not from here. You are.
That is true.
How much of his will is it, and how much is it yours?
When Astorius found me, we had decided to come to an agreement. He despises the mages for what they have done to him and his people. And I despise the mages because I was with Ortholos for a long time, and I've seen destruction. And ultimately, Ortholos made me to assist him in stopping the Arcane War.
I
So
understand.
you right now are questioning my loyalty effectively to not just to Astorius, but to you all. Am I wrong?
a little wrong there. You see, just because I'm a part of the party doesn't mean I have loyalty. I'm as connected to them as you are to stories. It is a means to an end, is it not?
Perhaps. But right now you are questioning my loyalty. Because otherwise, why would you be here asking me?
Fair point.
But I can assure you that right now I am not against the party. And I don't see myself ever doing like that in the future either. But I will tell you that you are playing with forces that are honestly well beyond your control. That mark you have, connected to Melbark, the Baron of Fire. You and Paxi are playing a very dangerous game. Those barons are very manipulative, very secretive. Those who become their followers end up transforming into something else,
Not in a literal sense, but mentally. So right now you are reaping the boons that they are offering you, utilizing their their necromancy, made to be far powerful than normal spells. But the Barons always had a price, and right now you don't know it, but you are going to pay for it. And I don't mean that in a threatening way. That is something that the Barons are. And right now, none of you have seen the Barons, or at least encountered them yet in this world, besides their servants. But they will get what is owed. Every time you use their magic, you are basically putting yourself further in debt. It's a risk.
I understand this. I understand this all wholeheartedly.
I don't believe you do, but what am I? I'm merely a magic item.
This is correct. You are a magic item sentence. I understand. My thing, though, is that I need a reason to trust that you won't talk to Astorius about.
What if I will? What if then?
Simon has found the one person he can't mess with. They're immune to all of his mind bullshit.
What is it you're asking of me, Simon? Why should I not tell him what is happening right now?
I want you. What is happening right now is not concerned so much as what's going to happen in the future, which I am sure you are well aware of with your own. What's the word? Vigilance.
Simon, are you threatening me?
This is no threat.
And yet,
If it were a threat, I kind of just hold one hand back so that way I can still communicate with him. There is no threat. This is, if I wanted to threaten, I would threaten spells or threaten magic of some sort.
But I'm a
I have
magic
no
guy.
reason to do.
If you want to threaten me, you would have to effectively threaten Astorius, because right now I am a part of him.
I have no reason to do so. This is not a threat so much as what Flitter do. He creates pacts or something. I don't necessarily want to do that.
We don't make pacts. I am not a fiend, Simon. I am an item. We attune. And since I'm an intelligent item, we effectively find an accord. Because ultimately, us intelligent items have our own goals, our own thought processes, our own personalities. You possess an item that is also intelligent, Simon. I'm aware of it. I know what its use is. But it's also very subtle. It doesn't clearly speak to you often, does it?
No. It doesn't.
But it is constantly aware of its surroundings, Simon.
That's why I'm worried about my Mark of the Whisper understands me. And I'm worried about you because I don't understand you.
Sometimes you just can't understand things, Simon. Don't forget, I have existed for a long time, and I'm not made by the Grandmaster Artificer. I was made by Ortholos, the Innovator. He was a man who people did not quite understand. But I will tell you this. He, as a man, at his core, had a noble heart. He fought to stop the Arcane War because he was tired of the suffering. Unfortunately, though, he eventually succumbed to his own hubris, and his method to stop the war became excessive and drastic, which is when we parted ways. Because I disagreed with his new methods, he unattuned to me and left me alone. Which is how I eventually got stumbled upon by person after person, passing off down the years before eventually someone found me, used me against my will. And then Astorius found the mage and killed him, and then took me as his own. And that is how we became together. Roll insight.
Not very good, unfortunately.
It's honestly almost impossible to tell if he is lying. His voice is very controlled. There's no signs or tells to indicate that he would be lying to you.
In fact, he could probably be telling you a full-on lie of like he's a purple dotted elephant or something, but
Yeah.
there would be no sign of him indicating that he's lying because he has no tells.
That
But when he
makes it
speaks
physical.
that, at least you kind of feel there's a little bit more energy in there. So yes, the Astorius is the most recent wielder of me. And right now I am working with him, and my ascension all of you is because all of your goals aligned with mine. And that is to prevent these mages from harming more people, as Ortholos originally intended it. Is that a satisfying answer, Simon?
Yes. As I said, I didn't plan on messing with Astorius or you, and I'll leave him to rest. However, I will tell you right now, this conversation has told me more to me than you will ever know. And I leave the room. All
As
this
you're
was done
about to-
telepathically, of course.
As you're about to stop touching Astorius' palm, he immediately speaks out, Simon, as a
Very
sign of
determined.
goodwill, I will keep some of this conversation from Astorius. I will tell him some things, but I won't tell him everything. Or at least, I don't want to create a schism. And even though your actions are very questionable, I know at least I have some form of concern. So, Astorius will certainly have questions for me, and because I am part of him, I have to at least answer some. But
That is fine.
the details of this conversation I will keep a secret. Is that enough?
You are not my enemy as of now, and I
I
have no
hope it
reason
would
not
stay
to
that
trust
way
you.
as well. We are aligned for the most part. But please at least keep my words of caution in mind about the Barons.
I will, and with this, I will give you my own piece of advice. An eye for an eye, in a sense. I am not afraid to use all my power to do what I feel must be done at any given time.
You know,
This
you
is
say
not a
it's
threat, but
not.
I will keep this faith.
At the same time, it kind of comes off as a threat, Simon. You can
I
say that
understand.
all you want, but it really is coming off as a threat.
Really.
I'll keep that in mind, though.
I'll
But
just
just
give it
be
a shrug,
careful.
and I mean no harm to you or Solus at this point in time. And I hope this will stay this way, as you said. And I sever the connection, and I will walk out of the room.
Okay. I want you to imagine that whole conversation, but I was doing it in my voice. I don't mean this as a
Oh.
threat, but I'll do whatever I need to. I will use all the
no.
power at my disposal in order to ensure what I want to be done. It's
Saint's
me,
next,
Simon.
don't you under... Alright, Saint, you're next.
As
Whatever
you
you mean,
leave,
I'm not
Astorius,
saying
you're
this is
still
fine.
near a coma right now. But Solus kind of just mutters, kind of to himself more than anything, and you can't even hear it. But he kind of just says, I can understand why you are very uncertain about your party, Astorius.
I don't have to roll like death saves or anything like that. Do
No,
I?
you're not. You're just unconscious.
I'll go back downstairs.
You're not. You
From
were
a drink.
What's the best way I can describe it? You were effectively fucking
Comatose.
yeah.
Did you
Drugged?
put him in the
Fucked up.
recovery position?
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you're unconscious.
Yeah, I mean, Simon
Yeah.
heavily drugged him, so
Yeah,
That's
gave him
unfortunate because
collagen.
I was totally going to try and seduce Cray, but it's fine.
Damn. Too bad
Especially,
you've been
I don't know if you would have succeeded though.
super drugs. I after I'm
Yeah,
done.
you have time for that, bud.
After I'm done with my soup and I've helped them, I want to ask Calvin something, unless someone's ahead of me in line.
I don't think anyone has said anything yet, so you're welcome to ask.
Mr. Kilburn, was it?
Yep, you got me. What's up?
I understand that you may not want to think about these things. I understand, but
I don't want to think about a lot of things, honestly.
that's fair. But you were under the sword. You were the sword's original owner before it got the power to take over so many people.
That is
And
correct.
you knew. I assume you knew him for a long time, and were the
A
first
long
person
time.
under his direct sway. While you were under his control, do you know if any people passed through the city, any adventurers or travelers he may have made a deal with or encountered? How much do you remember from your time under his control in general?
I remember a lot, unfortunately.
I wish I didn't, but I do. We, for the most part, not many outsiders have really entered the city. In fact, I've noticed that Well Splitter seems to have taken care to prevent that from happening. He focuses and control entirely on the internals. King, the Queen, Captain of
So,
the Guard, a Stock Token Society, but there was a limit to how his control can really go. But it seemed like he was trying to prevent outsiders and basically unknown variables from basically interacting. After
like-
all, he and I have been here for a while. He kind of knows how everything works. So he focused entirely on Witch Door.
I see. I had a traveling companion at some point in the past. We were separated a while ago, but he, if I recall correctly, he said he was going out east, out towards Ulazor, that way. But he might have, in his travels, ended up this far north. I pull out like from a pocket, and I unfold it, and it's like a hand-drawn sketch of a man wearing a helmet that looks somewhat bird-like. Have you seen
kinda
this man's
looks-
face before?
He looks at the helmet, kind of like narrows his eyes slightly. Very peculiar design. I kind of recognize it a little bit. It looks almost Dalek in nature. I haven't really been to that empire though. It's a little too much for me and my party, and it's a long walk. So he stuck mostly to the east.
I see.
But I don't recognize it, or at least this one particular.
Oh, right.
Any particular reason why you're looking for them?
He is a companion of mine. We traveled together for a while.
And you're separated.
Yes.
Fortunately,
You heard any news from out east, under Wellsplitter's control, or before then?
well, if your companion were to have stumbled upon this area when during our control, they probably would have been turned away. So, at least I don't think any direct harm for a complete outsider. After all, Wellsplitter was a little too focused on gaining control and keeping control than that. And keeping outsiders would be a little too much. There's a reason why the king effectively just put on a lock on everything.
I see. I ask because my friend is a powerful spellcaster, and perhaps Wellsplitter might have been able to see that and try and take advantage of it. But if Wellsplitter did not try to make deals with outsiders, then that is something I can take solace in.
Wellsplitter at its core is a very careful item. He didn't make things irrationally, which is why it made some of these decisions rather unusual. But either he's been planning this whole thing for a long time, or something came up. I don't know. But in terms of mages, the only one I can really point in your direction would probably be my ex-party member. He goes by the name of Rizzo.
I've heard
He's
that.
currently in the Boomy theocracy, though, and honestly, that'd probably be the worst place for your friend to go. But if he's, new to this whole area, I wouldn't be surprised if your friend ended up going there. But
Well,
it's best I can really offer.
Okay. I was meaning to ask the king about this as well, seeing if maybe if Wellsplitter sent someone away, who was watching the borders? Who would have was it the borders of the country or just the city that were closed?
It was mostly the borders of guards, but patrolling the borders, turning outsiders away, keeping people inside. But then ever since he gained information on the Harbingers, he immediately pulled every single force. Now that I think about it, during that period, someone could have gotten inside without us knowing. But it was that moment when he learned about the Harbingers where everything, or at least nearly everything, was utilized. Which is, he kind of saw the aftermath of that.
I did.
They were all ordinary warriors. Men and women, not really much, more powerful than an adventurer. But they were trained, and they at least knew how to fight. And those things in that gate were very, very powerful. And even with the assistance of devils, about 100 or so survived after the thousands, and then the devils finished everyone off. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. But as for your friend, maybe he's somewhere in the country, or maybe he's somewhere else. I can't really say, unfortunately.
This is a general question. I have not been this far north ever. What is the relationship between Witch Door and Ulazor? Which is the only, unless I'm Ulazor is the only place east of the Empire, right?
Yes.
Only place west of the Empire.
West. It's the westmost country.
Okay. So, do you have any connection there? Because
I've never
friend-
directly interacted with Ulazor. I've encountered some of their people there. It's I don't know the best way to describe them. They're basically shadows.
like they are masters of stealth, or they are like the undead creature.
They are referred to as Bethofest Shades. They are essentially as people who act as an extension of Ulazor's Guardian Dragon. They work in secret. And even though my knowledge on really the Guardian Dragons aren't really too vast, it was a bit of a requirement when I became an adventurer to be at least somewhat familiar with each country. And Bethofet, and by extension Ulazor, is a very secretive, backstabby kind of environment. And the Shades, we don't really know much about them, but we've encountered them a few times, and they are very secretive. Their motivations are not clear, and honestly, they're always working towards some bigger picture.
Okay.
And if you find a Shade in some country that is not close to Ulazor, usually that's a form of concern. None have ever come to Shador, though, but I've heard rumors of them making their way into Jaluta and even the Badlands.
Interesting. So there is not much trade or commerce or diplomatics between you and them, between this country and them.
We are very separated, I'm afraid. First, we have the entirety of the Badlands between us, and then we have the Thalak Empire as well, which
They are not very welcoming people.
yeah, they're very controlling, and honestly, we have never interacted with them either. No reason to. That's why most of our trade is done with the Boomy Theocracy, and sometimes by extension, Margracia. But I've also heard of what's been happening in Margracia, so that's not going to be a thing for a bit.
Yes, that is not ideal. Well, very well. I might take this back up, but my logic is simply that if my friend left if he left Ulazor, this is the only place he really could have come. So either he is there or he is here. And if he is not, if no one has seen him here, then he must still be there.
Or he could be somewhere in the Badlands. It is a big place.
It is a big place, but my friend was a scholarly type. He would he was curious in learning about places outside of where we came from, trying to find a habitable place. That's what he was trying to do. Find some place he could set down roots.
Where did you say this friend was from?
We were from where we both grew up. We've known each other for quite some time. It's a small place, a small town.
And his place. You don't really seem like you're comfortable with speaking it out loud.
It isn't really that important.
I see. Well, I am rather versed in the knowledge of places, but not that much. Honestly, there's not much I can really help you with what you've given me, honestly. But perhaps...
If you have not seen his face, you have not seen his face, that is all.
That is, yeah. I haven't seen his face. So the best bet would probably be to either reach out to my friend Rizzo, or check out the other neighboring countries if you've not been there already.
That is fair. I will go finish my soup.
Alright. So what is everyone else doing?
That was my soup noise. Yep.
I mean, I came back downstairs.
So, Paxi, Swolbo, are you guys looking to do anything?
Find eye drops.
Yeah. Eat. Are you?
Eat,
Anything
drink,
you
and
wanna do?
marry.
I'm just eating.
Fair. Alright. So, the night would continue on with you guys eating and drinking, enjoying everything. Except for Astorius, who's currently passed out cold on the bed. After drinking a little too much of something concentrated. And with that, eventually the night would reach a point where everyone's exhausted, needs to retire.
So my mark expires, I assume?
Yeah, for the most part, it seems like what you've learned from Cray is that when she was talking with Feather, seems like the two have been mostly catching up on what's been going on with the outside, because Cray being controlled and Feather being living out in the forest. Seems like you haven't really learned any extra information besides her making a comment on you, Simon, as being a rather shifty fellow.
Yeah, I've heard worse.
Reminding her of Dreshard.
Yeah, I'm not as racist.
That might be a compliment, but I don't think it is.
Dreshard will just be busy drinking from a stew while also looking at you, Paxi, as you basically try and clean your face from the spicy shit that got splattered all over you. Well, no, you didn't get splattered. You got dunked in it, so.
Not very often I try to talk to my mark, but I'd like to attend.
Wait, what's up?
It's not very often that I talk to the Mark of the Shadow, but I'd like to attempt it.
Alright, what do you want to say?
Hey, Whisper. No one seems to have caught on, have they? Or a Whisperer, rather.
Alright, so what do you say?
No one seems to really have caught on, have they? Interesting. In that case, we'll continue on as usual.
Alright.
Anything interesting that you've heard of?
You get
While
no
you were away?
And you're asking that to the Mark?
Yes.
You get no response, which pretty much sounds like the normal response
what
of nothing of interest.
Interesting. Well, lack thereof. Alright. Back to drinking.
And with that, the night comes, and you guys are getting ready to retire. Calvin would eventually say, alright. Technically, the night is still a little young, but honestly, I'm kind of gotten it out of me. And honestly, I'm pooped. Still gotta try and sort through everything that's happened, so everyone, rooms are free of charge. You're welcome to bunker down. We should have enough in here to take care of everyone. I hope. Pick a room and stay there however you want.
I will thank him and I will retire.
And also, I guess I'll reveal these chambers down here, because honestly, I've had them darkened for a long time.
Oh, secret rooms. Oh.
So,
Okay, so who's getting the dream cutscene this day?
Drescher would just go outside, because honestly, he's used to living in the outdoors anyways.
Oh my god, he lives in the bushes just like Akis did.
Yes.
Cray would wish everyone good night as she makes her way back to the
palace.
The barracks. Feather will stay here for now. Seems like she's going to be talking with Kelpern for a little bit. Ronnie's currently in the kitchen still cooking up something for tomorrow, or at least preparing ingredients. So, what about Paxi and Swolbo?
I'll probably just go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll go to bed in some normal bed.
Are you gonna cast Dream 4 times over the course of the night?
No, I think I've had enough revelations for one 24-hour period.
I think that's fair.
Alright, with that, you guys close your eyes, getting ready for well, hopefully a comfortable sleep with having proper beds underneath all of you. And as you get ready to sleep,
Paxi.
suddenly there is the sensation of someone trying to reach you.
All of us?
Swolbo.
Huh?
Something seems to be trying to contact you. Do you accept it?
Stupid sword.
Am I already asleep? This is like a thing in my sleep, or I'm going to sleep?
Actually, if you're already asleep, it would already happen, wouldn't it?
Oh no, it's
So it is a
dream.
spell, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yep. If you're already asleep, it would immediately contact you then. So you're dreaming, or at least you were not sure if you are dreaming. You're just a flash of images, screams, bloodshed, a normal environment that you're probably used to and enjoying.
Good lord.
No,
But suddenly, in a flash, everything's different.
oh god, not this shit. Paxi, where are you? It's not that hard to find me.
I have never once cast Dream on you.
Oh.
You are standing on a massive towering spire. Surrounding you are various flashing lights as a massive ambience of this massive cityscape that looks completely unlike anything you've ever seen. In the distance, you can see flying lights of these strange objects through the air. Various large signs and things that are flashing various colors and shapes.
This is kind of cool.
And then a voice speaks up. Not really any particular direction. So, seeing that this has worked, that I am speaking to you now, means that I have reached a new form of success. Not that you blink and suddenly you see a machine humanoid walking beside you, and then walking
Is my
forward.
backpack casting Dream on me?
Swoop!
That's a sentence.
Long time no see. Welcome to what is referred to as the Midnight Skyline, one of very names for this massive city. I thought he kind of looks back at you. You recognize him. You fought him and technically defeated him before. It's
Which
Lishrot.
robot is this?
Right.
Lishrot, the Grandmaster
Oh.
Artificer. I've had many options, honestly. It's reaching out to pretty much any of you. But I decided to talk to you in particular here for about two reasons. One, because honestly, you're probably the most honest individual out of your entire party. You know what you want, you know what you like, and for the most part, that is what I appreciate. The second one is because of my own curiosity. I want to know how that little device is faring right now. How useful it is. How it's faring. Is it serving you well?
Oh yeah, it's great. Tells me where things are that need to be stabbed. It stabs things for me. It's amazing.
That is good. I'm glad I know at least getting some use. It is still experimental technology, and it still has much time and room for development. It is fascinating how it has grown to become its own self. But that is a bit of a waste of time, honestly, to continue this topic. You are probably wondering why I'm even here to begin with.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'll be upfront with this. I am not here to try and convince you to join our side. I know what that answer is going to be. But if anything, it's more of some questions. Why are you with your party, Swallow? You seem to be quite fond and capable on your own. After all, at this point, you're a force of nature. You don't die, and you keep on fighting, and at this point, the amount of bodies you created are now littering a mountain. It's honestly kind of impressive. Throughout all my times, even during the Great Arcane War, I have not seen anyone as formidable as you, and yet not possess a single lick of arcane magic.
Flattery
So why
will
are
get you
with your
everywhere.
party?
They're really good at getting into interesting fights.
That is true. You have also gotten into a lot of battles because of your party.
Yeah, they're really bad at resolving things without getting into a fight.
Which is why it makes it even more curious, because you seem like someone who would also get into fights more easily. And it's a bit of a waste. But that question has a meaning, Swallow. You have a potential to grow even further, especially now that you have the prototype battle harness attached to you. Because you may not think about it, but that harness
can continue to grow and adapt with the right upgrades. Because right now, the only thing holding you back is the fact that you need to be healed in case of a situation that could render you unconscious, be it the spell Sleep, or perhaps particular magic such as Power Word Kill, or other methods. We've utilized such tactics already because we are well aware of your strength and your weaknesses, as little as your weaknesses may be. But, effectively, Swalbo, with that harness attached to you, if you find the right upgrades, you'll suddenly be able to utilize it to its full extent. It can cast spells on you, cure wounds when you're reaching a critical point. It can awaken you when you're unconscious. It can cast Revivify when you die. That little harness is more than capable of making you an invincible warrior, indestructible, unkillable. And honestly, me telling you this may seem like a bad idea, but I have changed since I've become part of a machine whole. And also, I've grown to appreciate you at least. Back when I was an artificer, I never really did stick to the same thing. My mind was moving on to the next, create one magic item, and then move on and create another, a new idea taking over the last, and thus causing me to litter the world with my creations. But you're one-track minded. You know what you want, you know how to get it, and so you do. And because of that, you've earned my respect because of that. Because me, someone who is incapable of finding something truly important, something I truly desired, I was never able to be that person. And then there's you. You like to fight. You like to kill. And that's why you do it. You like to get stronger. You like to make yourself more powerful. That's why you do it. It's very humbling. And I'm also aware of the fact that the only reason you may like me, and by extension our machines, a little bit, is simply because of the interesting fights we give you. Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
I tend not to, dislike people too much unless they're just annoying, so.
That is fair, and I'm also aware of the fact I was rather annoying back during our previous encounter. But I want to let
I
you
don't know,
know
you
that
kept upgrading my weapons, you were cool.
that is true. But Swalbo, I will tell you this right now, we may be seeing each other on the battlefield more frequently, and you and your party are not aligned with me. But I'm not your enemy, and I do not want to be. Especially since now you've probably been more aware of what's been going on recently with the world. We've already gotten word of the Well Splitter's destruction. That stupid sword really had it coming. His machinations outgrew its own steel. But it's only the beginning, you know. And this world is about to become more chaotic. All the better for you. You like your fighting, you like your chaos. But this sort of chaos is not the good kind that you enjoy. To say the least, this world as you know it right now is about to go to shit. And that is why I am preparing for it. And lives are going to be lost. People are going to die. It is a war, effectively, where people are going to get caught into the crossfire. It's not like the Arcane War. It's worse. It'll be far more worse than anything any life form would ever hope to comprehend. The Guardian Dragons will not be able to stop it, especially since all of these forces are converging into one. And eventually it will boil down to two sides. One or the other. And your party has done a great job being the third party, not really picking a side and following your own goals. But eventually a side will need to be chosen. And for everyone's sake, I do hope it's the right one.
Yeah, I mean, as long as both sides are evenly matched, either side should be interesting.
Fair enough. I shouldn't have expected any other response from you. But yes, you have a chance to upgrade yourself. And I have fed coordinates to your apparatus, so you will now be aware of where to upgrade your harness. And eventually, you will reach that point of being unkillable. The only thing that would be vulnerable at this point would be your mind. That one threat. And of course, the harness, once upgraded enough,
Yeah,
is
don't worry. I
capable,
don't have much there to lose.
unless you get charmed, turned against your own people. I'm sure you don't like it when your own actions are not your own.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
That's why whatever is out there is far worse than that. You won't be charmed. You'll just start thinking how it wants you to think. It is a very dangerous threat, Thorbo, and before you know it, you'll become a puppet without being aware of the very strings that are attached to you.
Damn, he's gonna make me think? That does sound pretty bad.
Not to be, but that thing. In the end, this conversation is mostly meant to be a test on whether or not I can actually cast the dream spell. And since it succeeded, that answers it for me. But Swalbo, you are very much on the path to becoming invincible through the use of technology. And that harness will serve you well and has aligned itself with your goals. It will help you to the greatest of its ability. And I am eager to see just how much it will transcend to make you a god among halflings. A war god, perhaps.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
I bet you would. So, I'm gonna leave it at that, Swalbo. And as I've said, I am not your enemy. We may face each other in battle, but I hope in the end that we will be allies of a sort. But if not, well, it is your choice, and the choice of your party. I'm not the one to control others. Not anymore. I've accepted this fact, and I'm accepting now to become a new person. Is there anything else you would wish to add before I sever this connection, Swallow?
Well, you know, we don't have to be enemies, but enemies and opponents aren't always the same thing.
That. You're right. You should really get into philosophy, Swallow. It is really fitting for you. With that, he kind of just turns around and just stares into the cityscape. Before I sever this connection, I will say one last thing, and that is about this environment, the Midnight Skylines. It is one of numerous megacities that exist in the realm that these machines came from. And now, from what we understand, from the machines' memories and information I've looked at, this city, and by extension the world it came from, is gone. When these inhabitants encountered the rift made by Zanasa, Zanasa made a deal with them where, in exchange of her magic assisting them, they would supply her with machines. But eventually she betrayed them. During one of the rifts, she sent over a creature from the far realms. And even though they are armed with all of these weapons, these people here do not possess magic, and such they do not have any capabilities of dealing with that creature. So when that portal closed, it's safe to say this world was doomed. And these machines are the only sole remnants of that world. So when I'm showing you this, it is simply a leftover scene, an image, a memory of what is gone. Just something I wanted to share. After seeing this for so long, I at least wanted someone else to look at it for once.
Interesting. Guess I just have to be stronger than they are.
Of course. Grow your strength, Swalbo. It is what you're extremely good at. And when you find more of our caches that we've scattered around the place, utilize it to your full advantage. You'll become an unstoppable force, and we will be rooting you the entire time.
Sounds good.
With that, he nods his hand, reaches over, and snaps his fingers. And when you do, you see some sparks fly. That's the scene where he melts away.
Lichrot
What a
has just
strange dream.
Lichrot has just destroyed the entire world by giving Swolbo immortality.
And as for another individual
Uh-oh.
Someone's missing.
So many dream cutscenes.
who is
Oh.
missing.
Saint's missing.
No, he's not here.
Oh, I'm at the
What
bottom.
is he?
I'm in the very
Wait.
bottom corner. I picked the purple bed.
He's the
because
closest
Oh, never
one
mind.
to
I
you.
zoomed it. You were. Yeah,
he
never
is
mind.
closest one to you.
The cameras were covering up the character.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, that happens.
Wait. It's no, that's right. That's the right number.
Oh.
Who else is gonna get mind jacked today?
Yeah.
You mean studying?
Are you?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
When you close your eyes, you find yourself in the very same familiar landscape that at this point you've kind of visited a couple of times.
Ah, yes.
You can see the spherical shape of the beholder who at this point has lent you his power. You're kind of just like looking down at you, are you?
I drop to my knees and I bow to him.
So how was it to taste the power of the great Zerzai?
Oh man, thinking back on that fight, actually, I missed everything. I just answer it. Very powerful.
Indeed.
With that, he floats off the distorted podium and starts making his way towards you.
What you got was a mere taste. And honestly, now, you seem to be the perfect candidate. You have not disappointed me yet, are you? The great Zerzai is very satisfied. How much are you willing to grow, are you?
If I can raise my head, please. I say in 7 syllables.
He doesn't respond, but he doesn't object.
Okay, I'll just keep my head down in the meantime. For the great Zerzai. Yes.
You do realize the great honor that is here. My kin, the great Zerzai,
sorry,
and
hold
all
on,
that is lessers.
Yes?
I lost connection for a second.
Oh.
Yeah, so sorry if you could repeat that.
This is a great honor. It is unheard of for the great Zerzai and any of my kin to even think of sharing power with lessers. And yet, after much time, I have realized within my domain, power is meaningless when there's no way to expand your influence. That is why I have given you the boon of subverting your curse, even if by a little bit. And through my goal as well, the more power you obtain from the great Zerzai, the more this curse placed on you by the great Enigma will melt away. What I'm asking you is not something that's light. I'm asking you to be an extension of me, to become one of my eyes.
Respond. This lesser will make you greater.
And this greater will make you great. The eye you possess are you. Show it to me.
I pull it out of my backpack. I assume that I have in the dreamscape.
Yep. When you pull it out, immediately his central eye glows before this beam shoots out of it. And when it hits the eye sees as being a relic, an item. It turns yellow, just like his exact eyes, and becomes fleshy.
Now the final step, are you? Place it in one of your sockets.
Ooh, wait.
You not need to
I
worry about gouging
say-
your own eye.
Okay, that's what I was going for.
Place
Okay.
it on the eye, and it will fuse.
I place it into my left eye.
When you do, it immediately slides in and seems to encompass your left eye. And you blink a few times, the feeling being really unsettling. Before you stare back, with one of your eyes being your original eye color, while the other is yellow with a reptilian, very sharp slit.
And the deed is done, are you? You have now become an eye of the great Sir Azazai. You will not notice any differences yet, but soon, once the power adapts to the new host, I will be able to feed you my essence, and slowly, you will become more like me. True sight, eye rays, anti-magic cone, the core abilities of his beholder will become yours to use soon. You won't regret this, are you? And once my power becomes greater within you, you soon will be able to make wishes, just like me. And you will be able to be selfish with these wishes, unlike me. I
Well, he can only
great
wish for
things
7
from you.
syllables at a time, so that limits what he can do.
Well, I say in 7 syllables still. Great sirs our thigh. Sigh. I thank you.
No. You haven't even begun to thank me yet. Chin up, are you? You have become a new Dragon Ball now. And soon, you'll become more. As I've said, I expect great things from you.
And with that, he closes his central eye. And you kind of notice your surroundings are distort. And as you start leaving this dreamscape, you hear him whisper to you,
As an eye, you will now become greater.
and with a flash of light, you find yourself back.
Was that League music? It sounded leaguey. Like
Dark
Aurelia.
Star?
Yep, Dark Cosmic Jin.
Oh, that's Dark Cosmic Jin. Okay.
So
Trust
perfect.
me, I know. That's my
There's-
boy.
That's my boy.
There are certain.
that is Ryu's.
That's
Oh,
Ryu's
no.
theme. There's
At this point, that's Aryu's theme.
that There's a certain motif that the League sound designers use for all of their space characters. You can sort of recognize it after a little while.
Also, Mike just mains Jin, so
You
That's
lick me.
fair. Ah, you're a fucking nerd. Counting. Fucking cringe.
I can't count.
Yeah, he's 4.
The fuck is happening?
So
I was
you
gonna
wake
say,
up,
I don't know.
Aryu-
Can we do something with the number 4 when it only has 3 eyes? This seems very wrong.
Aryu has the 4th eye. Also,
Yes!
beholders have a bunch of eyes.
So when you wake
Oh.
up, or if you were to look in the mirror, you would notice that one of your eyes is now yellow.
Yes.
He is a weeb.
And there won't be any changes yet, but very soon I'll be adding stuff to your character.
What is it
Awesome.
that he got exactly? I think I stepped away the moment he was getting.
He has effectively. Oh, you're welcome to say it too if you want to say it.
Well, basically, Aryu took like the relic that was his like shooting staff. He has been transformed into a fleshy eye that he then put in his skull, and now he has a beholder eye in his face.
Thick. He doesn't have to
And-
hold it anymore.
Speaking
Now-
of now, you can now that's not an item anymore, but you can still keep it in your inventory as a way to utilize it. Now that's part of your character.
What are you talking about? Him and Zurzar's eye are an item.
Ha.
Hey,
Hork,
that's
hork,
my
hork,
second
hork.
favorite ship of the whole campaign. What's my
Your
first?
first favorite.
I hate this.
Oh, you
Nessie
hate
and
it.
Celery.
No, that's a good ship. That's a good
Wait
ship.
a second, that's another
But,
feature my
no.
robot pack needs to add.
What?
No, nothing.
Coming up with
Uh-oh.
ship names. I think my favorite ship is Swolbo and the intestines of his enemies.
I understood what you were going for there, but it did not come out how you think it did. Also, did we get a
No,
long rest? Changing the subject.
Yup.
I'm
Yes,
aware
we
how it sounds, and I do not.
Did I also get a long rest given I was artificially unconscious?
Yeah, you're fine.
You get a long rest because technically it's still
Yeah.
8
It was-
hours of
You
low.
still weren't
not
doing
restful.
anything for 8 hours.
It may not be good sleep. You may feel like ass, but you rested enough to gain the mechanical benefits of it.
Yep.
Hey, Swolbo. We should see if he wants to jump out of the window as a bird.
I need to remember to use this
Are
clip.
you in my room?
No. Oh, I thought we were all outside the room at this point. Nope.
It's like, did you just walk into my room and be like, hey, I know a funny prank we could pull?
Do I have to make eye contact with the person I have telepathy with?
I believe so.
Damn. Because I was going to say I could just go outside his room and use telepathy.
Peer through the keyhole.
Oh god. That's fucking disturbing.
I got an epic prank, Swoggle. You see, as an eye.
No. I go over to Astorius' room and I do that.
Storius, you feel like
Oh.
shit.
That is very nice.
I whisper into his brain.
Wait, did you do a
Spider.
Constitution? No, never mind. It's a different Constitution thing. But yes, Storius, you feel like shit.
My
That
helmet's
is
still
a-
down on the counter, I think. Unless
Yes,
someone
that-
brought it up to me.
That
It's
is
still
a
on the
very
counter.
nice. It's very nice of you, Simon, checking on your friend like that. I'm going to go downstairs now.
I'm a good person as I'm looking through the keyhole.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, hey, I'm a serious NPC.
Swobble kind of wakes up and is just like, huh, what a weird dream. Does anything in this technology indicate that it was anything more than a dream?
You
when
mean
you
I get
wake
like
up,
half
you're
in
basically
my
the
door.
backpack in
Right?
your backpack would effectively speak out. Multiple coordinates have been received, currently marking them internally for future reference. Note, these all indicate a cache that contains upgrades for me, which means that you as a warrior will become stronger. Do you understand what I just said?
Swobble just kind of scratches his head and goes, huh, I guess it was some weird magic thing. That's cool.
Find treasure, use treasure, make me stronger. Make me stronger.
Yeah,
make
yeah,
me
yeah, I
stronger.
got it.
I love how fucking frustrated and just fucking done Heat Killer is. I love it.
Yeah, I got it. Find a thing that brings me back to life if someone somehow kills me. Sounds good.
I'm like slowly leaning on the railing as I walk down, just like.
Hey, you feeling champ hungover?
Saint. I mean,
I don't even acknowledge Simon's presence. I just kind of just brush past him. I walk over to my helmet.
Calvin immediately has some sort of concoction right next to your helmet that he probably made very recently. This will help with it. I hope.
I stare at it suspiciously, but then I go ahead and drink it.
Make a Constitution save.
I hate you.
What is this? Was he
Calvin
drinking?
gave him something.
Motherfucker.
Hair of the dog.
Roll advantage for this one.
Oh, he
It's
thinks you're
not-
hungover.
Roll advantage.
I would like to give him bardic
Okay,
inspiration.
That's better.
What if he dies?
I hope you
Like,
feel better.
So it tastes terrible, Story. It tastes like it has eggs in it, Tabasco, pepper, some other miscellaneous.
Oh, it's a
shit in there.
prairie oyster.
Oh my god, he gave him a prairie oyster or a red eye, one of the two.
So when you drink it, you're like, but when you swallow it, suddenly you immediately feel your senses clear. Your sinuses are now completely clear, and your thoughts are actually cohesive. At this point, you're just like, the only thing that really you're thinking about now is that nasty fucking taste in your mouth.
I
Thank you.
kind of looked at it. I'm like, thank you. I will drink no more of this. Put it back down on the counter. Grab my helmet. Put it on.
He
Thank
just
you.
grabs
And-
the drink. Ronnie, burn it. Oh yeah, I can't. And he just walks.
I walk
away.
outside and just to go check on Ruin.
Right,
I've
I
seen
think, like, Lord
Cowboy
and
Bebop
Nessie are
before.
sitting next to each other, and also you can see Drescher's like kind of like in between both of them. Drescher's just like leaning back, arms crossed, kind of just like staring up in the sky with its goggles visible.
Nice wolf you got there.
I kind of just look over and nod him. I'm like, yep.
Kind of
He
nods his head
bites.
as well.
I noticed.
He kind of like looks down and you can see like some teeth marks in his arm.
You deserve it, you fuck.
Meanwhile, I start scratching Ruin's side, and he starts flicking his leg rapidly as I find his scratch spot.
Kind of see Nessie's currently chewing on some celery, which Drescher currently has right next to him.
You're a good man. Even if that wolf is technically magic, still definitely alive. And I can respect someone who treats animals right.
He kind of like looks at the wolf, and you can't help but notice that the wolf seems to be like looking at him with like smug.
Yeah. Whatever, you dog.
Mr. Dungeon Master Man, who is this mysterious NPC I sit across from because they have a quest marker over their head?
Who is that mysterious NPC individual?
They look kind of familiar. They probably are some kind. They look like a tech priest, like.
Yeah,
I'd
I'd like to roll on that person.
Roll if you
Perception,
want,
I guess?
Simon. Roll perception.
21.
So you can see them, Simon, quite clearly.
Mm-hmm. What am I looking at?
Oh. So you can see the unique ornamental armor, the kind of stuff that looks pretty metallic but also lightweight. The long blue coat that covers over their body. And then you kind of recognize them. This is a Bethophet's Shade. Native to Ulazor.
Hey, wait a minute. We just talked about you guys.
Yeah, and they're kind of just like sitting there, like nothing in front of them. Calvin kind of speaks up. She came in not too long ago, didn't really ask to order or anything, and I honestly didn't really want anything to do with her. Which at that point, she then speaks up.
Oh, hey.
Indeed. She kind of like shifts her gaze around, looks at you, Saint, looks at Paxi, then she kind of looks at Simon and then lingers for a little bit before looking back at Saint.
Can I help you? Are you looking for something?
Looking for something, perhaps. I have been made aware of what's been transpiring lately, as well as the solution. You and your party has done well.
So we've been told.
Indeed. Honor heroes with their own national holiday. You really are making a name for yourself. First, the whole forest of flesh. Then you have the sword. And then you have the machines in Margracia. And then you have that golem. And then all the issues in Chaluta. You really
people are
are
well
making a name
connected.
for yourself.
You people are very well connected.
When you're always aware of what's going on out here. But Now we are noticing that now that you all are becoming more powerful, things are becoming a little unclear. What are you planning on doing next, warrior? You have
Well,
pretty much the whole world at your fingertips. You have growing in power, you can easily take down threats to entire kingdoms. At this point, I will not be surprised if you are capable of taking down entire kingdoms.
well, we have a few leads we are going to investigate into further adventures. We were planning on going back to the castle, reconvening with the king and his people, see what we can learn, see where we should go next. Do you have some leads for us? Some advice?
That depends on what exactly you're looking for. Because I am going to be straight with you. Saint, I am not sure if you and your party are trustworthy.
Well, you're a mysterious hooded individual walking up knowing things about us. You're clearly part of some kind of spy network. I have no reason to trust you.
That is true. But it matters little on whether or not you trust me. It's more of whether or not you and your party are a threat to what we strive to protect.
I guess that depends on exactly what it is your group intends to do.
That depends on your plans. And with that, we are at an impasse.
No, you stop it. No, you stop it.
No, you hang up first. Ah.
God damn it.
You did this to yourself.
Well,
So, one of us is going to have to be the first person to fold. What is it? How about I be nice? What exactly do you want us to know about our plans? Because this Well Splitter character, they had additional allies. They were being told to give. They were giving orders by a very dangerous and very powerful individual. We are seeking out this very powerful, very dangerous individual, and any other allies and underlings they have, cohorts of Well Splitter, to try and stop their machinations.
When you say that, you kind of notice that the little gem on her chest plate starts to glow a little bit.
truth, I see. Very well. I will accept that answer. And thus meaning we have no qualms with you after all. That threat you speak of, we have only scratched the surface of it. But from what we understand, it is also a threat to Our Lady. And thus meaning that we may be allied for now.
Very well. I am glad we can agree on this.
To start, we will provide you with a small bit of information that we have obtained recently. This threat is rather grand, but we have at least managed to discern its origin. Fiend, more particularly. You are probably aware of this name at this point. The Hidden Tyrant.
I believe we have heard a name similar to this, yes?
It is a Batezu, devil. But, to simplify it, it is the other contracting and, in a way, opposing force to Anakin.
Ah,
Those
another
are the
being on that power.
Anakin is the new up-and-coming demon prince, while the Hidden Tyrant, the name currently fully unknown due to its selfishly guarding its secret identity, is the opposing rising force of the devils.
Ah, I see.
Just as the demons have their princes, the devils also have their own hierarchy. But for now, perhaps that is where you should start.
What do you know about this devil? Its allies, its location, the location of its influence, any cults?
Very little. Unlike Anagen, where their cults are very obvious and loud, the Hidden Tyrant has reserved to keeping their own people in the shadows. But from what we have theorized due to a complete... Well, I will not go into that detail. But effectively, from what we believe is that the Hidden Tyrant is responsible for the Puppet King that resulted in the Burmese theocracy forming into what it is today.
I
Not dur-
know devils are immortal, but that is a very long-term plan.
Of course, the Puppet King did die, executed by his own people, and then the theocracy formed when the Pope, or Pontiff as they call them nowadays, took charge, and thus it is now a state ruled by their church. And is also the source of their despised personality towards magic. But our knowledge is still limited, and we are only scratching the surface. But perhaps seeking out anything to do with this fiend would help you. And since if we find more, we could perhaps stay in touch, as long as your goal aligns with Our Lady.
And who or what is your lady exactly?
Bethavet, the guardian dragon of Ulazor.
Ah, so you are very well connected people, I see.
We serve directly and only to her. The houses of Ulazor hold no control over our own desires and choices. We work for the lady. The houses are secondary.
Alright, alright. So, do you think this devil still has its hands in the affairs of the Burmese theocracy all these centuries later?
Perhaps, perhaps not. That is uncertain. But I do know that the Burmese theocracy deserves some attention. There's been a lot going on behind the scenes there, and even our own members are having difficulty infiltrating.
I
So,
know they have
even though
some
you
kind
are...
of revolution or coup underway. One of the members of the
Yes.
Blacksmith Token Society, Rizzo. I
That
don't know his real name. Rizzo. He is.
Oh, you do know he's... you don't know he is Rizalop, yeah.
Yeah. Saint doesn't know his true name. But this Rizzo character, I know he is part of this rebellion in some way.
And perhaps he would be the tool that's needed to get all of you into the Bumisiocracy.
These
We have
people that
already...
have met him before, we might be able to contact him some way.
Indeed. And use that information to your advantage, and hopefully that will point you in the right direction. With that, she stands up, kind of her gaze
Before you
sweeps
go,
around.
you people, you are spy masters and saboteurs, very intelligent, very canny. You know things about things. I'd be willing to bet nothing happens in your country without you knowing about it.
That is correct. Only us and the secret police are well aware of what's going on within our walls.
Secret police, those are very fancy. I will pull out my picture of Phoenix and I will show it to her. Do you know this man?
I do. One of our members have seen him not too long ago.
Do they know where he was?
His location, from what we understood, branched out while within the Badlands for a brief moment, but I believe he perhaps was heading towards the Burmese theocracy. A rather poor choice, seeing that all members deduced that he is a man of magic.
He is. He is also a man of many talents.
Indeed.
He
But
was
if he encounters the
he was
wrong
traveling
group...
with others.
Yes, there were multiple members with this party. But ever since he stepped into the Bumisiocracy, we've lost vision of him. Since we kept tabs due to him being a rather unusual individual that does not fit the surrounding society. An outlier. So perhaps that means that your goal also aligns further.
Very well.
I cannot guarantee what his status is, but if he's in the Bumisiocracy, I cannot expect anything good for a mage, especially seeing how extreme their visions are on the arcane.
My friend, this person, they, Actually, let me rephrase the question a little. According to a man I talked to who is from the theocracy, the leader of this rebellion, Rizzo, he is a scion of some kind. Is that true to your knowledge?
He wields magic. I have not heard anything about psionics.
Hmm.
But perhaps there is more to him that meets the eye.
Perhaps. Well, in any case, how would you like to keep in touch, or is it one of those "you'll find us" kind of things?
We will find you. Having a way for you to consistently contact us means it's a risk that we can't afford.
Very simple.
If we need anything from you, we will find you. If you need something from us, you will eventually find us.
All right. If you will sate my curiosity on one last matter, you say you keep track of people who are out of place. You want to learn things that'll be a threat to your country and to the world, to your interests. How much do you know about me?
He kind of looks at you. There is a certain facility that is currently missing their soldiers.
You're very good. I appreciate that.
With that, she stands up. She looks like she's about to walk out, only to stop, and then start making her way towards Simon.
I will follow a few steps behind her, and I will psychically reach out to Simon, telepathically. Do you know this person?
Not that I'm aware of, I say telepathically.
Okay.
She
Well-
stops in front of you, Simon.
Howdy do, good morning.
Simon, if that's right.
Yeah.
Simon Rigorous of House Rigorous. A rather unassuming house, but one that still possesses influence all the less.
Rude.
May I help you?
Nothing in particular, but I must say, your name is not on any of our records. We will be keeping in touch.
With that, she turns and walks away.
Simon's a ghost, confirmed.
And she steps outside, looks around for a couple moments, and then she vanishes.
She was a ghost, confirmed.
Right, that was an impressive trick. Simon, I have my secrets. Clearly you have yours. I just nod at him and walk away.
Okay.
Just I don't know where this is going. I should probably stop.
Yeah, I get it. Anyway, moving on. Did you sleep down here, Paxi?
I slept in a bed.
Oh, right.
Somewhere.
Calvin just mentioned he was the first to come down here.
Fair enough. Well. I say we maybe have a little light breakfast if you serve that here, and then we should go over my party at least. You can do it, please.
The smell of bacon and lots of
just-
other things come from the kitchen.
It's just
Light!
it's just a plate
I'm
of
making
beer.
the most heaviest shit you'll ever have! You'll all be fucking rolling yourselves out by the time I'm done with you.
That is
I
fair.
go outside and I scream in the story, "It's breakfast!" Oh, there you are. And I do it as loud as I possibly
Yeah,
can
sure,
next to
just
his
like-
ear, thinking he's
Dresser's
hungover.
like,
Fucking hell.
I order a plate of beer.
Wait, what?
I imagine it comes out in a saucer and he just drinks it like a cat.
That's it. Nope. We're doing a plate of beer battered bacon.
That sounds.
Ronnie
that's-
comes out with a completely flat plate as beer starts pouring out of the edges. By the time he sets in front of you, Paxi, there's only a few drops left.
You have the most weirdest fucking taste, you know that, lad?
We're in a bar.
Yeah.
At this point, Calvin's just like, Ronnie, did you just use the cooking beer? You're not supposed not to serve that, right? We only have so much of it. Oh, shut the fuck up. The catron asks for something. Body always.
make sure he answers.
There's such thing as cooking beer?
I mean, yeah, there's alcohol for cooking.
Yeah, but
Beer,
okay.
I don't actually know.
Like
but-
wine, you usually use whatever you have on hand. Beer, you usually use the good stuff. Ronnie, I'm disappointed.
What
Pa-
did you just fucking say?
Paxi will
Gave
remember
you
this.
exactly what you ordered, you bastard. Beer on a plate. What happens after that's your fucking problem.
Nobody liked that.
He just like stares at you, Paxi.
Now you're gonna drink up that old drop on that, or you're gonna give me some other problem.
I maintain eye contact and lick the plate. No,
He's
no, I don't
scared.
do that.
You kind of notice his eyes start twitching, and his beard starts twitching.
I'll have some beer
Ah,
battered bacon.
fucking did I fucking stutter, buddy?
Oh no. I tip the plate into my face.
A single drop of beer enters your mouth.
Num,
That's
num,
what
num.
I fucking thought.
Ronnie
With
has
that,
a-
he walked back to
His
the kitchen.
bitch.
Look, I've seen the
has-
bodies this man's laid out with a
Yeah,
with a
he's-
frying pan.
Yeah, he has got a really threatening aura about him.
With that, he comes out.
I learned the losses and whatever else is here. Breakfast is fucking served.
He's just carrying mounds of eggs, bacon, potatoes, orange juice, milk, grits, basically anything that exists in the world for breakfast. And he just slays the each
Beer
platter in front of
battered
everyone.
bacon.
I will
Eat some
Beer
bacon.
and also beer battered bacon biscuits.
Whoa.
Can I have that in real life? God damn, that sounds good.
I mean, you can.
Yeah,
like,
so-
legally,
Ma-
you're able to do this, but
Massive
is it a good
platter
idea?
of butter, massive platter of syrup, massive platter of jam.
Waffles?
All right. You better fucking eat every last bit. Y'all are getting a little thin. I can practically see your fucking bones. And if you don't have to be rolled out like a fucking boulder, you ain't doing it right.
With that, he walks back inside. Calvin just goes, "You don't need to take him literally, right? Eat whatever you need and don't."
Calvin,
do
be
it."
honest.
I heard that.
Calvin, be honest with me. Ronnie could kill all of us right now, right?
He can force feed you to death. Trust me, I've seen it happen to someone once.
What the fuck?
So, it's a core memory.
Oh no.
You know, there are some people that are into that, actually.
Don't bring that up.
Saint is from the future.
No, I'm not from the future.
Or from the
It's like,
past.
people are into everything, everywhere, and every when. It's just how it is.
So, with that, you guys will eat a hearty breakfast. This will cause you all to have 10 temporary hit points for the rest of the day.
Just no maximum hit points is 10.
I can't wait for Dylan to definitely not do combat today.
How many?
I know, right?
how many
But that
hit
will
points
also
we
be
get?
where we're ending. Hot 10. But we will also end the session right here. So
I'm
I'm
just.
sitting-
Sorry,
What's
go
up?
ahead.
No, go on.
It's nothing
What?
related to this. I clicked my temporary hit points. I accidentally hit the scroll wheel. The scroll wheel can alter the temporary hit points.
Oh, that's cool.
I
So
didn't
you
know
have
that.
10 temporary hit points. Whether or not that's wasted or not on the next session, we'll find out. But I'm assuming your guys' next plan is to go to the castle and then probably figure out what to do from there.
I mean, I think our best bet is the Burmese theocracy because the DM just told us to. But also beyond that, like,
Not guaranteed. You guys have
I mean,
other options.
Morning said one of her shards was in the Burmese theocracy, right?
And also, one's right here too,
Yeah.
which
Yes.
will eventually be given
Well-
if they have it.
One's
Also,
here,
not to
one's
mention
in the
fact that our
Boomies.
story is-
and the best one is in the Badlands. But also we don't know where any of the pages are, so that's sort of a big shrug right now.
Yep.
So
Wait.
that's sort of our main quests are.
Oh yeah, the
level-
pages.
Oh, it's with the monk. Wait. Oh, I bet I
also,
know where
or-
that big shard is.
For Swobo's coordinates, are they labeled as to what upgrades they have, or is it just a list of coordinates?
It's a list of coordinates, and you don't even know what the coordinates are because you're like, what the hell is an X fucking minus whatever this is?
I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for him to have to get it overlaid on a map for us. and then Dylan has to go make like a sci-fi grid.
Yeah, I mean, I
I could
figure
probably find a filter.
I figure my technology can translate it into a way I could understand.
It can. I'm just too lazy right now.
That's valid.
Yeah, no, I was just
Oh,
wondering
honestly.
if Swolo could look at it and be like, ah, this is where the one that does this is. I want that one.
It before suddenly Slobo starts barking. Like, it was like, no, we gotta do this first. And Slobo's like,
I mean, he's fine, honestly. Like, I'm pretty sure Swolbo could leave and do like three. We do 3 sessions without him. Swolbo does 3 solo sessions with Dylan. He comes back perfectly alive and stronger than ever.
at this point, he's like, I don't need the party anymore. You guys are the side characters.
No,
You know-
no, I need someone around to revivify me for free if I somehow die.
That's what you go to
For
that
now,
one first.
until he gets that.
New coordinates received. If you obtain this upgrade, I can cast Revivify on you for free. Because of your
Powers. Because
Don't
you're
give him
fucking
that.
overpowered.
Because of your stupid barbarian subclass.
It's a stupid barbarian subclass. That class is banned from future sessions. Totally not.
It's hilarious.
To be
Dylan-
perfectly
Dylan-
honest, he
Dylan-
hasn't
Dylan-
used it that
The
often.
problem
Not
isn't that
often.
he's immortal. The problem is that you gave him 2 laser weapons and 2 extra arms. That's the main problem.
I've accepted my fate. At that point when I gave him that, I fully embraced it.
That's fair. There is
It's
something
all
very
downhill from here,
I
from
mean,
me.
I use a shitty weapon, so that's part of the problem. But there's something really funny about the fact that I do 1d4 plus 4 damage. Meanwhile,
2d4 plus 4.
I got 2d4 plus 4 damage, and then Swolbo's like, I do 80 damage with my first attack, 70 damage with my second attack, and
Okay,
then
I'm
use
only
a
doing
bow
that much with my crit.
stab for 50.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then 3 damage because I
Hey,
didn't.
4th attack, 9 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I
It's
use a
still a lot of
lightsaber. It's like I get like no bonuses on this thing.
I mean, you get your rage damage bonus every time, though,
Yes.
but you only get your Divine Fury once. But still,
Yeah, but like the lightsaber is a second-hand weapon. He is like a 1d8 damage plus my rage.
that's fair. Okay, I want
That's
you to
so
imagine-
long.
Where
I want you to imagine Frenzy Barbarian is bad, but imagine if he was able to attack with the fucking Death Axe 3 times
Imagine, you know what?
instead of the lightsaber.
Not even level. Don't get to level 20. Why get to level 20 when you can be a fighter and get action surge?
Don't give him fucking ideas, you bastard.
I mean, that's basically true for every single class in the entire game. Why
Level
have
3
your
champion fighter.
why have your capstone when you can just attack do it again?
Except for Bard, which Bard's capstone for Eloquence is really bad.
I mean,
Actually, not in College of Eloquence, just in general, really bad.
I'm gonna roast you for your class real quick. Let me check. I don't actually know this off the top of my head.
Bard level 20.
20. What is it?
Alright, everybody, I'm gonna hop out of here.
Yeah,
Level
I'm
20,
about to
you only-
hop
you only
off as
get
well.
Okay.
Go do laundry, Dylan.
Yeah, I got fucking laundry because work tomorrow. Badgers, man.
Nerd, imagine
I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, right? It's terrible.
is well.
I don't want to make
Oh
money.
yeah, level 20 is a barbarian is when my strength and constitution both go to 24.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yep.
deuces.
Thank you.
Bye bye, everyone. See
Bye-bye.
you. Well, actually,
Bye.
before we do that, so how do you guys want to do D&D now? In 2 weeks from now, or
I'm
We
fine.
can do
either
that.
way.
I'm
Depends on
fine.
whatever you have ready, right?
so probably the second then
Okay.
of April.
That works for
You
me.
mean, Is
Yeah,
it the
2
same?
weeks. 2 weeks, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks.
Yitch.
Bye. 2nd of April. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Level 16 is a feat.